The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning, bonjour. Today we have a new witness.
We do.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
It's Frank Au, Senior Counsel for the Commission. Our next witness is Deputy Chief Ferguson.
Sorry, Commissioner, if I could interject, there's an echo here that's quite distracting. I don't know if there's a difficulty with the sound system.
Okay. I'm not sure. There is a bit of an echo. Okay. Is that better? Okay.
Deputy Chief Ferguson, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I'd like to swear in the Bible, please.
Please take the Bible in your right hand. For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Patricia Ferguson, Patricia Ferguson.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do so swear.
Morning.
Good morning, Deputy Chief.
Good morning. It's actually Acting Deputy Chief.
Acting Deputy Chief. We met in the summer when you attended an interview with the Commission.
Yes, I recall.
And after that interview, we prepared a summary for you to review.
Yes.
And I understand that you've adopted the contents of that summary.
Yes, I have.
Is there any corrections that you'd like to make to that summary?
Nope, none.
Commissioner, will that be the evidence then? Now, I'll just call you Deputy Chief for short.
Just for the record, maybe do the
number? Yes, it's WTS 6 zeros and 2 3. Now, Deputy Chief, during the Freedom Convoy protest back in January and February, you were the executive responsible for community policing.
That's correct.
And in that role, you supervised the Specialized Policing Directorate.
Yes, I did.
And that directorate includes the Special Events Unit, which was responsible for planning before the arrival of the convoy.
That's correct.
And just to get a sense of the top executive level at the Ottawa Police Service, at the top there was the former Chief Slowly.
Yes.
And then he was assisted by 2 deputy chiefs.
That's right.
You were one of those.
Yes.
And the other, who was the other deputy chief?
A Deputy Chief Stephen Bell.
And he's now the interim chief of the Ottawa Police Service.
Yes, he is.
What portfolio was he responsible for back in January last winter?
We refer to it as the 3 I's: information, intelligence, and investigations.
So whereas you had strategic oversight over planning as part of the community policing, Deputy Chief had strategic oversight over intelligence.
That's right.
Now, you've told us during our interview that you first learned about the Freedom Convoy, the fact that they were traveling to Ottawa during the week of January 17th. Is that right?
That's correct.
And yesterday, the Commission heard evidence that the OPP started sharing intelligence reports related to the Freedom Convoy with the OPS as early as January 13th.
That's my understanding.
So I want to explore with you the extent to which that intelligence was shared within the OPS.
So the initial sharing of that report went to our intelligence section, or our intelligence superintendent. And I should lay the groundwork in that in January of 2022, so January 3rd, a number of our senior officers changed portfolios. So the person who received that was Superintendent Rob Drummond. However, he had moved portfolios at that point in time. I do know it was shared with him, with our special events section, and with former Chief Slowly.
And when did you first learn about those Hendon reports?
I believe the first one that I was privy to and actually received was on the 27th of January.
Okay.
Or the 28th of January, in and around then. So after the convoy was well underway.
Can I call up the document number OPS 30-14479? If we go to page 26. Now, Deputy Chief, so this is your notes. There's some reference, I believe, to February the 1st. So during the interview we had in the summer, I believe you said that the first time you learned about Project Hendon was after the arrival of the convoy. Do you recall that?
So I would have received it on the 27th or 28th, but those were hectic times, so I can't say for sure that I actually saw the report at that point in time. I just know that that's when it landed in my email inbox. So my recollection was, as I mentioned when I spoke to you in the summertime, I had not been aware that this project was underway with the OPP.
Okay. And if you received the report as of the 27th, what did you do with it since you first learned about it?
I don't recall. I expect I probably would have seen it at some point in time in my inbox, but it was a chaotic time, so many things were going on.
Now, you had your team started planning for Project Hendon, started planning for the arrival of the convoy sometime before the 27th. Do you know the extent to which they were privy to those intelligence information?
The special events planning team, I can't say. I believe that our intelligence, some of our intelligence officers would have seen it prior to the convoy arriving, but I don't know the exact date of that. And my role was really at a strategic level, so the plans were being developed, and they're developed with intelligence, open source information, police liaison team information.
Tell us about the usual process for the OPS in planning for a major event like these convoy protests. What's the expectations in terms of information sharing as between the intelligence unit and the planning unit?
It's generally fairly smooth. I would say that the bulk of the information for demonstrations prior to the convoy was not intelligence-based, it was information. And so it was, open source, whether that is, for an example, if we have a concert coming into town, the special events unit will look at what kind of, music it is, what kind of crowd it draws. They will speak to places where that band has played before, and they will develop a plan that is, commensurate with what they've seen in other places. And so for the convoy, they did their usual, where they looked to, determine as much as they could, reached out to other police services where the convoy was traveling through, getting information from them, trying to get an assessment or an idea of numbers that we were looking at, and what kind of behavior they were engaging in along the way in their cities. And up until that point, we were hearing that, they were cooperative, they were providing lanes of traffic across the prairies. And so our special events team was alive to those issues and continued to gather that right up until the day they came into town.
Now, yesterday we heard from Superintendent Morris that the intelligence that was available strongly suggested a long-term event, meaning weeks, not days or a weekend. Did your planning team take that into account?
I believe what our planning team did was assess all of the information that they had, and perhaps there was some information saying that some factions of it would be staying for longer. I think what they did was they developed a plan commensurate to the experience that we've had for over 2.5 decades in this city, as far as I know, on what demonstrations generally look like, how long they last, and the type of behavior we see. And so I believe they planned taking into account all of that information and developed a plan that we had.
Now, were there not signs that this protest was going to be different in the days or weeks leading up to the arrival?
I believe what was fluctuating for us was the numbers, the actual volume of trucks, and the money that they were collecting. I think towards the last few days, we were seeing that there was a big spike in the GoFundMe money being raised. So that was different than most of the demonstrations that we see. Did that tell us specifically that they were planning on staying for a long time and that when they got here, they would engage in the behavior that they did? It did not. And I think what we've learned is that there's a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and false information surrounding this group. And so they were trying to assess as best they could, but they relied generally on the experience that that seasoned planning team had.
Now let's take a look at some of the documents that we know were available to your team. First of all, the initial plan that was developed by the OPS, that was written by Staff Sergeant Kevin Kennedy, right?
Yes.
And it was then approved by Inspector Lucas.
That's right.
And they both reported to you, right?
They reported to Superintendent Rouleau and then to me, yes.
Right. They reported to you through Superintendent
Yes.
Rouleau. So if we could call up, please, OPS 402878. So Deputy Chief, I'm showing you an email from Sergeant Sean Kay to Staff Sergeant Kennedy, dated January the 21st. It was forwarded to you at the top. As you can see, if we go down to the bottom to page 4. At the top of page 4, you see that it's written there that the goal of the convoy is to remain in Ottawa until the restrictions are repealed.
Yes.
Right? And there's no expectation at the time that those restrictions would be repealed anytime soon.
No.
So didn't that suggest to your team that it was going to be a long-term event, not a weekend event?
I think it suggested there was the potential for that. There were no guarantees, I don't think, in the information that we had or the intelligence even to say that it was going to be here for the amount of time it was.
All right, let's call up another document, OPS 402932. I expect this will be an email dated January the 24th from Sergeant Louis Cavallo, and it was forwarded to you. If we go to page 1 near the bottom, sorry, page 1, maybe we go up. Oh, sorry, I didn't find it. I'm looking for the reference where it says different groups now getting on board. Let's scroll down again. Oh, there, that's right. Do you see the cursor here? Different groups now getting on board, such as the farmers and right-wing extremists calling for major disruptions.
I do see that.
And what does that suggest to you?
So it suggests that there's interest in this. A lot of times, some of the information that we will look at are things like, if there's a Facebook Live group, and we'll see that a whole lot of people like an event, and we have used that to sort of assess our level of staffing needed for an event, but it doesn't always translate to actual numbers. And so when they say getting on board, that could be a number of different things. That could be that they are contributing to it. That could be that they are supporting them. That could be that they're standing on a highway overpass, honking horns in regard to that.
Now, the commission heard evidence last Friday from a businesswoman, Ms. Carrier. She's a layperson, and she said it was clear to her that the trucks wouldn't be traveling all this way to Ottawa from the west to stay a day for a short protest. It was obvious to her. She didn't have access to any police intelligence. why wouldn't it be obvious to someone who's trained to analyze this kind of events?
Well, I think we're trained to analyze a lot of information, and so that was part of the information that formed the planning that was going on. But as I said, with this campaign, there was a lot of information coming at us from different sources. Some sources are more reliable than others. And I think even the Hendon reports left it quite open that this could be, a prolonged event, but then in another sentence indicated that they were expecting they would be leaving town by the end of the weekend or by the middle of the following week. So when we addressed the community, preparing them for this, we said a prolonged event. And for us, the experience in that was over the 3 days, of the weekend. So did we err in our assessment of this? Clearly we did.
Well, in addition to the Hendon reports, there were also other sources of information being provided to the city and to the OPS corroborating those intelligence reports, such as the email from the Hotel Association suggesting that people were booking somewhere upwards of 30 days to stay in the hotels. Lots of people doing that. Why wouldn't that strongly suggest an event beyond the weekend?
Well, we did work to track down some of those sources of information, and we were getting misinformation, I said, and disinformation. And I think that was one of those things that they weighed in assessment. We followed up with Steve Ball of the Hotel Association to determine just how many rooms had been booked. And over the course of the convoy, that piece of information came up on a number of occasions. And the reality was that our hotels were not able to be booked to capacity because they did not have the staff. We were still in the 6th wave of COVID, and they were working at very limited capacity at that point in time.
Now, the trucks started to arrive on Friday, the 28th, right? And you gave an immediate briefing on that day at 11 a.m. So let's go to OPS 403851. So you see, Deputy Chief, that these are your speaking notes.
Yes.
So if we go down a little bit, you said, over the last few days, our team has been finalizing operational plans in anticipation of the demonstrations. Planning has involved coordination with our policing and intelligence partners at all levels of government. And the Ottawa Police would like to thank them, and so on. Information gathered continues to indicate this will be a large and significant event that is expected to last through the weekend. There's no mention that there was any expectation it would go beyond the weekend.
There was none.
Why was that?
As I said, we weighed the information intelligence we had, and that was the plan that was developed based on what our best assessment of that was.
Wouldn't it have been helpful to notify the public, the business owners and the residents, that at the very least there was a strong possibility of the event going beyond the weekend?
Yes, it may well have been helpful.
Now, you agree that the planning was premised entirely on the assumption that this was going to be a 2-day event, right?
Yes.
Commissioner, may I just
Yes.
raise one issue? I appreciate that the Commission Council has control of the presentation of the evidence in the hearing. And also that given the number of parties, each of us has a limited time with each of the witnesses called. May I ask through you that the witnesses, and this is a good example, be taken to the parts of the record that might balance the premise of some of the questions that we have heard so far. And I raise that because with this witness, we have 25 minutes. I know my friends have, some of them have less, maybe some have more. It's not possible for us in the limited time that we have to put each of the pieces of information that might, for example, put into context the questions that my friend Mr. Au has raised so far about the premise of his question, a strong possibility that it was going to be longer. Well, there's evidence that it was going to be a weekend. And we could draw it out, but I would be grateful if I could raise through you that the Commission's time with the witnesses be be perhaps more balanced in presenting the information that in this case Deputy Chief Ferguson had at the time, rather than counting on her to remember all of it. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think that certainly you're correct in terms of the commission is to bring out the evidence either way and to bring all of the facts to the public eye. And to the degree there is material that goes the other way, I'm sure the Commission Council will refer to it. And if they don't, I'm sure you will, but I can assure you our objective in this hearing is to provide the public with all of the information, pro and con, of course, as you point out. And can't guarantee we're always 100% correct in what we do. We do the best we can. And of course, you also know that there is always enough cross-examination time to equal the amount of time commission takes. So in total, we hope that all of the different perspectives are brought out. And yesterday, I think, was a good example where there was some very useful, I thought, information brought out by the various parties participating. So I certainly am grateful for the contribution of all the parties. So your question is noted, your concern is noted, and I'm sure council will take it into account.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Now, when you spoke to us in August, you mentioned that the OPS had standard plans that it used for parades and other major events like Canada Day, right?
Yes.
Now, the initial plan for the Freedom Convoy, and by the way, the document number is OPP 404262. We don't need to call it up right now, but just for the record, that's the plan I'm referring to, the January 28th, 29th plan. Do you agree that that initial plan was largely a boilerplate plan that followed the standard template?
Yeah, I believe the components of the plan were the standard components that we employ. So yes.
And according to this initial plan, the convoy vehicles would enter downtown Ottawa, and the plan was to stack those vehicles along Wellington between Kent and Elgin. Am I right?
I believe we had 4 areas where we were going to be stacking vehicles, but yes, that was one of them.
Now, was this plan then, this traffic component, was it premised on this being a 2-day event?
Yes, it was.
And so here's something perhaps you can help me understand, because we heard from Councillor McHale on Friday that even for an event like Canada Day, there would be road closures in the downtown core and barriers set up to control the mass of vehicles that might otherwise cause a problem. So why wasn't this done here?
Well, I believe we had officers in who were, our traffic unit was leading the trucks to where they were supposed to be. So I believe that was, barriers and road closures impede our ability to get around. And so I think that was what they were doing, was that once the vehicles were in place, and we've had a number where people have stayed for 2 days on Wellington, and that is, it's obviously the place where they want to be. That's the whole point of their protesting the federal government. And so that was what happened in this case. And in terms of road closures and barriers, I'm not sure that would have been helpful. If people were wanting to leave, the barriers would have impeded them from being able to do that.
Was any consideration given to, for example, taking the trucks somewhere beyond downtown and have transportation arranged so that people could protest downtown, so the people could be there?
Yes, there was. In fact, the area designated, I know it is Coventry Road, I can't remember the full name of the baseball park, but that was an area that was designated as somewhere where they could go. And in fact, some people did carpool from there and come downtown.
But I guess the intent of my question was to move all of the trucks away from the downtown, not just some of them.
I think realistically, a number of them really wanted to be in front of Parliament Hill. if we could have done that, if we had gotten cooperation, that certainly would have been our goal. But we didn't know the size of, of the convoy, how many trucks we were dealing at and how big an area we had to work with. So we did our best, I think, to keep them out of residential areas, and that was why, parkways were chosen, Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, in order to make sure that, we could afford losing that road for the weekend and limit the disruption for Ottawa citizens. That was the intent.
Now, in hindsight, what would you have done differently in this planning phase?
I suppose we would have given more credibility to the information and intelligence telling us that there was a faction that were planning on staying for a much longer period of time.
All right. Now, so far, we've been talking about the OPS planning before the convoy's arrival. I'm going to turn now to the OPS response after they've arrived.
Okay.
But before I do that, I want to ask you some basic questions about what's known as the incident command system.
Okay.
Now, I understand that in responding to incidents, including protests and demonstrations, the police sometimes use a model called incident command system.
That's correct.
And within the system, the role you played back in January, February, was the role of a strategic commander.
That's
correct? Now, there are 3 different levels to the command.
Yes.
Strategic, operational, and tactical.
Yes.
What does the strategic command do?
So strategic really informs the goals of what it is we're trying to achieve. So in this case, to safely, manage this event, and ultimately, once they had arrived and, not left, our goal became to encourage them to leave. And so that's the strategic level, and that really is what where I was sitting at. The event commander, who was Superintendent Rouleau.
Sorry, before we get to the next level,
Sure.
we're going to talk about the operational, right? So before we leave the strategic,
Yes.
So just to clarify, you'd be setting the strategic objective, and would you be also responsible for appointing the operational commander?
Yes.
So once the objective is set and you've appointed an operational commander, is there some expectation that you'll give autonomy to the operational commander?
Absolutely, that's the only way it works.
And why is that important?
Well, because they're the ones who have, much more connection with what is happening in the different areas. And so they are much more aware of, from the ground what is going on, and they're able to take in that information, measure it against what they know what's going on in another area, and be able to make a decision in an event. I'm not always privy to those.
And would it also be the role of the strategic commander to ensure that the operational commander had the requisite resources
Yes.
to see to the end of the situation?
Absolutely.
Okay, now let's talk about the operational commander, the next level down. What does that involve?
Okay, so that would be the event commander, and that is somebody who takes in, as I alluded to a little bit already, the information that's coming at him. He's got a variety of different people who are reporting to him and providing him with updates, and he is really sort of the quarterback, I guess, if you will, making sure that resources are being sent to the right places in order to assist achieving our goals here in this. And then we would move to the tactical level.
So is it the responsibility of the operational commander to develop a suitable plan to address the incident?
I think he assigns that task to his team to do that, and ultimately he's the final approver of the plan.
And depending on the severity of the incident, perhaps the operational commander is sometimes called an incident commander, sometimes a critical incident commander, and I guess with the OPS, they're also called the event commander, right?
Yes, yes.
And your role as the strategic commander is also known as the major incident commander.
That's right.
All right. Now, you mentioned that the operational commander may get other people to help them.
Yes.
Would these be like subject matter experts in specialized policing areas?
Yes, and he would work at his level, so with other superintendents, so let's say the intelligence superintendent or the investigation superintendent, to make sure that they are feeding into, that their people are involved in the plan, in the aftermath, in carrying out whatever needs to be done at the time, the tasks.
And some of these specialized areas that I expect we'll hear about include the public order unit.
That's correct.
And the police liaison team.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about the next. Actually, before we leave this, we're going to be hearing from Inspector Lucas and Superintendent Bernier next week. Would they be operational commanders?
So Inspector Lucas was the incident commander, and Superintendent Bernier was the event commander.
And they would both be at the operational command level, right?
No, Superintendent Bernier was at the, operational. And I believe that Inspector Lucas was more in the, you're right, sorry, he would be in that operational phase. And the tactical one is more the POU, PLT, traffic.
Right.
Yeah.
So they would both be reporting to you back in January, February?
Yes, they would.
So finally, the tactical level, what does that involve?
So that involves the specific units, and their tasks are very focused on, as I said, the traffic unit. They came up with their plan on how to, and this one was very much a traffic related incident or event. But we also had our public order teams, our police liaison teams, we had intelligence teams, we had investigations, we had our communications team, we had logistics, staffing. And as the event grows, you build out the pieces that you need. Finance, for example, HR was involved. We were swearing in other officers from other jurisdictions. So as that progressed and grew, so did our table.
Would it be fair to say that the tactical level of command is responsible for executing the plan that is developed by the operational commander?
Yes, it would.
Let's talk about the two specialized units that I put to you before. The PLT, or Police Liaison Unit. What are they?
So that's a group of specially trained officers who, when we have demonstrations, before, during, and after, they're engaged in reaching out to organizers to build rapport with them, to find out what it is that the group is trying to achieve, to work with them to help facilitate what they are looking to achieve in town. And so, part of that is if a group would like to, have a march down Albert Street at 8 o'clock in the morning, we might try and speak with them and say, maybe, how about we did it at 10 o'clock, that might be. So those types of conversations happen. They look to, as I said, build rapport and relationships with the people who are involved so that when they get here, that relationship is already established and they can have conversations with them about what is acceptable behavior by the people of their group, where, their charter of rights end and perhaps criminal charges could be, or, disobedience and civil disobedience type of things will occur. And in the event that something is going on during the event where there may be an agitator or an antagonizer, then they would speak to that person that they already had the relationship with and let them know what the consequences are, or that this behavior is problematic and we'd like for that to cease, in so much as it really is about negotiating and trying to change behavior through conversation.
So if disruptive behaviors occur during an event, would it be the role of the PLT to engage in order to try to de-escalate the
Yes,
situation?
it would.
What about the Public Order Unit, or POU?
So public order unit, we refer to them, you might see in some of the documents, as ESU, Emergency Services Unit. They have a twofold sort of, when we have a missing person, they will go out and search an area. They're trained in those types of things. Again, we have about 100 officers, both sworn and civilian, mostly sworn, who are trained in being able to, whether it's crowd control, crowd management, those types of things. And so they are the ones who ultimately we saw take the streets on that weekend that moved forward with moving people out of the streets. So if you think of it in the way of a triangle, the incident commander is at the top of the triangle, and on both opposite corners, you have the ability to use force should your PLT and negotiations break down.
Right. So in responding to the Freedom Convoy after they've arrived, was this the model that the OPS used to address the incident?
Yes, to a certain extent. I think we failed in certain areas regarding PLT, and I think they struggled as a result. But that was what we were hoping. And you saw one of those, Louis Carvalho was on our PLT team. He was a sergeant there, and he was working also with going out to businesses and letting them know and doing that engagement piece as well. So not just with the convoy organizers, but with the areas that they believe are going to be impacted and affected ahead of time.
Right. So with that background, let's start talking about how the OPS responded to the Freedom Convoy. And now we know that they arrived the weekend of the 28th, and the incident was not resolved until about 3.5 weeks later.
Yes.
So let's break down the time period, and let's talk first about the first week after they arrived. So let's say from January 28th which is a Friday, to February the 4th, okay?
Okay.
Now, during that period, well, first tell us what happened on the first weekend.
So as they arrived into town, we were monitoring numbers where was safe. Safety obviously is always our first priority, and so we were monitoring that with that lens for sure, and we were starting to see, they were pulling into the areas that they were sent to or steered to. And then we started to see it was I would qualify it as a bit of a party atmosphere, sort of festival-like. People were very excited to be there. Myself and Deputy Bell walked around in the downtown core and saw some of the people that were there. And it wasn't those first few days, not as I would say as disruptive as it got to be. When the weekend came and went and Monday morning arrived and they were still in our streets, at that point in time, Ottawa Police was in a situation of, okay, we've got to pivot. We have to reassess what we've got here. We have to evolve our plan. So began starting to, strategize and brainstorm as to what actions could be taken, what did we have available to us. I know that, at the command level, we had considered an injunction with the city. We had spoken to other policing partners. A lot of those things were going on at all levels. So at the strategic, the operational, and the tactical level, I know our members were fully engaged in those types of behaviors to try and come up with what our next plan we knew we needed to evolve and move into another stage, really. So it was reorienting ourselves to the situation that we had at hand.
Now, during that first weekend, when did you first realize that this may last longer than a weekend?
I think really as Sunday progressed, we expected that a number of people would be heading back to, their home cities. And I knew that there were some people from out west. We were seeing the Alberta plates. We were seeing, Saskatchewan. But we expected that, we had an influx of pedestrians that came over from Quebec side. I think we had some expectations that those folks who were in the surrounding areas would retreat back to their homes. And I think, really Sunday night carried on. We had been talking about a demobilization plan up until that point, and clearly that was not the plan that was going to be required.
Let me take you to a document dated the 31st, which would be the Monday, OPS 404976. This will be an email from Robin Milbank. Who's Robin?
Robin is my executive assistant.
Okay. I expect this email is a kind of minutes for an executive briefing at 8 a.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. We were briefing twice a day, and Robin was taking notes from those briefings.
Right. So if you take a look at the second bullet, you see a reference to staffing is number one risk. Priority is working on plan. Can you explain what that refers to? Why was staffing the number one risk?
The state of the Ottawa Police at this stage was one of very poor staffing. We had been in that state for, I would say, a number of years. Prior to becoming the Deputy of Community Policing, my position was the Superintendent of Frontline. And so it was a challenge every day to make sure that we had all the shifts covered. The pandemic, obviously, like any other workforce, had a large impact on our people. We had some high sick levels. At this point in time, we were in the 6th wave of COVID. And so what we had done to try and mitigate that was, and it had been quite successful in the early days of the pandemic, was to establish a reserve staffing. So a group of officers who would be healthy at home, should we have an outbreak where we have an entire platoon taken out, we are able to upstaff. Another measure that we took was to limit we have 6 platoons generally. We cut it down to 4 platoons. So if you think of 30 people per platoon, when we divided one in half, then we had 45 members on each platoon to up our numbers a little bit to try and mitigate that. And that was going into the convoy. We were already, I would describe us as being on our knees and having run a marathon for the last 2.5 years. And it felt like they'd moved the finish line 100 yards or another mile and given us 200 pounds to carry to get to the end. So staffing was, I would say, our number one Achilles heel in all of this. And so all of these people who had worked for the week leading up to the convoy, over the weekend, and long hours, our frontline members were working 12-hour shifts. When the convoy came and we were trying to manage staffing and clear posts, some of them were working up to 15 hours. And they were exhausted. So we needed to make sure that our people had time off. And so that, I believe, is what we're speaking about, is that it's a risk for us to be able to staff all of this.
Now, did staffing become the number one risk overnight because there was no contingency plan within the initial plan?
I think that's part of it. I think we had some extra resources for the weekend. We had some additional public order units from other services that had come into town, but they all had to get back as well. So our contingency plan really was for the weekend into Monday morning, and staffing, I believe that really is what they're referring to there.
So to the extent there was any contingency planning, it only covered up to perhaps Monday at noon.
Yep, I think that's fair.
Now, that bullet also talks about priority is working on plan. So I assume this refers to some kind of a new plan?
Yes, or evolving the plan that we have, depending on what the planners determine. If they're saying it's an entirely new, we're starting from scratch with a new position now with the situation we have on hand.
So what's the vision now for the new plan? What was that going to look like?
Well, I think ultimately we wanted to move the truckers out of the downtown core and to limit the impact on our residents, and always to keep in mind public safety and our officers' safety as well.
All right. If we scroll down a little bit, go down. Okay, do you see the bullet, the third bullet from the bottom? Says no longer a protest, but an occupation now. Need to move away from the operational plan and reset. New plan needed to go forward. Now, whose view was it that this is no longer a protest, but an occupation?
I believe this was Chief Slowly.
And what makes it an occupation as opposed to a protest?
I think at this point, because they weren't leaving, they had, expressed that they wanted to protest. Protesting, generally is a limited window, as in our experience. And so the fact that they were now no longer leaving, and the behavior that they were engaging in, I think was what really upped that temperature to making it an occupation. That they were settling in, they were starting to put up tents and, really begin to entrench themselves.
Now, at around this time, Superintendent Abrams of the OPP was also in Ottawa. He'll actually be testifying this afternoon after you, and we expect that he may say that the OPS was struggling to develop a new plan, that Chief Slowly would give inconsistent directions, and there was much confusion. What's your perspective on this?
I think those are fair statements. We struggled because we didn't have people who were strictly planners. Our planners were also people who were site commanders on the ground, who were trying to manage things at the very tactical level. And so I think to say we were struggling is fair and accurate. I think we did on that Monday morning, you can see the conversation in this, we're trying to get our heads wrapped around what we were looking at. And in terms of former Chief Slowly providing direction and, direction, he definitely was, of what he wanted to see happen.
So who was the event commander, the operational level commander at this time?
So at this point in time, it remained Superintendent Rouleau, and I was the major event commander.
And in terms of developing a plan to resolve the incident, would it be on Superintendent Rouleau? Would that be his job to develop a plan?
Yes, yeah.
What would have been your role at that time?
In making sure that they were aware of what the strategic goals were ultimately to have, this resolved safely as possible, but for these trucks to be removed from our streets.
Why then would the former chief be giving directions?
I think you'd have to ask Chief Slowly, but I think, from a human perspective, I would say that this was not what he was expecting, and his reaction was one out of concern, out of stress, and out of pressure at this point in time.
All right. So let's take a look at what happened a few days later. On the 4th of February, can we call up OPS 3014454, please? And I want to go to page 52. So, Deputy Chief, these are scribed notes or minutes taken at meetings that involve the former Chief Slowly. So I want to scroll down to the part where it says last Friday. This is page 52, yeah. So Deputy Chief, do you see last Friday's operational plan is not valid? If so, then we need to update it. Now, help me understand here, because as of the 31st, there was a recognition that you needed a new plan. But here we are on February the 4th, 3 days later, and we're still talking about last Friday's plan not being valid. Was there no new plan yet by the 4th?
We did not have a new plan by the 4th. We had, as I said, our planners, I think, were working on developing it, but they were also dealing with a number of the live issues, putting out fires, as it were, within their area. And again, staffing, I think, for those folks was as limited as it was everywhere else in the organization. So I'm not sure whose notes these are.
These are
Scribe notes? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I think it's fair to say that we did not have another plan developed by that 4th.
Okay, so if we go back in time to the day before, February the 3rd, and I want to show you the document, OPS 3014484. So this looks like an email that the former chief sent to himself with respect to a meeting that he had with you and Deputy Chief Bell. So if we go down to page 3, Go down. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, do you see the part where he says, I advise that I cannot approve a recommended course of action without being briefed on all other reasonable courses of action. So the context was a discussion of POU plans. What's your recollection as to the former chief's role in terms of approving actions?
So it was generally felt, and because of statements like this, that he was the final approver of plans. And that became the sentiment for everybody who was producing those plans, that they needed to have them approved by former Chief Slowly.
Now, are these not operational or tactical decisions involving the POU?
They are.
But at that time, is your understanding that he was directing decisions at this level of command?
Yeah, he was directing a staff sergeant.
And did you feel any need to intervene and perhaps speak up and say, hey, we have the incident command model here to run. Each one has their role within the model. Did you do anything like that?
We did speak to him about not directing operations, and reminded him of what role he played in it on a number of occasions throughout this time, because there were a few incidents where he would engage with constables, or he would, engage with the event commander outside of the chain of command. I think you see in this email or notes to himself, I was working with Staff Sergeant Stoll and the group to try and get a plan, and indicated that we would like to see them. And the former chief wanted him to present to him. He wanted to see specifically a public order plan. And a public order plan, it just forms part of the larger plan, but he was fixated on this one.
Okay. So as of February the 4th, there was no plan. Let's move to the next week, roughly from February the 5th, which was a Friday, to February the 10th, which is a Thursday. Can we have the document OPS 407355, please? So this is an email from the former chief to you, Deputy Chief, and I'll give you a moment to look at it. Can we slowly scroll down? So this seems to be about a meeting that he was having with the command team at 8 a.m., and he set out some priorities. So for example, here, you see 3 general priorities listed: search, contain, and enforce. The second being, close everything, in brackets, roads, bridges, highway, off-ramps, as early and as long as possible. The third priority being to shut down a number of things: shut down the funds, the fundraising, shut down the fuel, shut down the fund. The bouncy castles and so on. So these are the general priorities, and then some specific priorities with respect to locations are set out, and we see 4 here. There's the Confederation Park being one. The Rideau, we've heard some evidence about the Rideau-Sussex intersection. I assume that's what this is referring to.
Yes.
Wellington, is that the Wellington?
Yes.
Okay. And then SJAM is Sir John A. Macdonald.
That's
Highway,
right.
Yeah. Do you recall the substance of this meeting?
Yes, I do.
Now, was this an outline for a new operation plan?
It certainly seemed that way.
So who set these priorities?
This would be former Chief Slowly.
So it is not the operational commander setting these priorities or developing a plan?
No, it isn't.
And was this outline developed into a fully operational plan?
We took portions of this. The surge contain and enforce had been announced the day before, and that was something that he wanted us to be doing in the neighborhoods that were most affected. And he talked about flooding the areas and having a cop on every corner, which in concept is a good idea to try and address some of that stuff, but in practical reality, we did not have the staffing to do that. He had some good ideas, but to implement them was very difficult given the numbers that we had. So some of these things did form what we call the concept of operation plan, which I believe we had dated on the 9th of February.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes these meetings, we have multiple accounts. So here we see the former chief's notes to himself, basically.
Yes.
But you also recorded this in your notes, right? So I want to show you the document OPS 144.
If I might interrupt just for a second, sorry to my friend, but I just wanted to let you know that Deputy Chief actually has a hard copy of her notes in front of her. So I just wanted to let you know of that. And also in case there's a specific page you could turn her to, she could actually turn it up in her notebook.
Very good. I think it would still be helpful for everyone else so that we can look at the same document at the same time. I only, unfortunately, recorded the electronic record page number. So this is your notes, the document number being OPS 14479. And I want to take you to page 43, which is the electronic record number.
Okay.
Okay, so we see that you recorded the meeting as starting at around 8 or 8:06. If we scroll down a little bit, I'm looking for the part where it says need to turn the corner. There we have it. Need to turn the corner. Perhaps you can read it to us.
Sure. Need to turn the corner today, not changing the operational plan. Need to implement the hell out of that plan for the next 72 hours. Plan we have is excellent. Nothing has changed with commander's intent or mission.
Okay, let's stop there. So this is the chief saying that the plan is excellent, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you agree that it was an excellent plan?
I don't think we had a plan at that point in time.
Now, we expect to hear from Superintendent Bernier next week. As you've described, he was the event commander later on. I think he was appointed on around February the 10th. And I expect that he may tell us that the OPS lacked an overall plan with all of the supporting components to end the protests when he took over the operational command as of the 10th. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
Now, we saw in the previous document, the February 5th email from the former chief, that one of the priorities was to shut down fuel, right? Yeah. So I want to take you to what's been referred to in some of the evidence, the so-called Coventry incident. Now, that happened on February the 6th, right?
Yes.
So I guess things are happening according to the outline of the plan on the 5th, to shut down fuel, and then on the 6th, we saw actions shutting down fuel. Tell us what happened on the 6th.
So on the 6th, I should maybe let you know that the incident commander at this point in time, the event commander was Superintendent Patterson.
Okay, so there was a switch.
There was a switch. He began on the 6th of February.
Sorry, maybe we should go back, because you mentioned that the first event commander was Superintendent Riom.
That's right.
And how long did he serve in that role?
He served until the evening of the 4th, so the Friday evening.
Why so short?
Well, he was the de facto event commander because this took place in his specialized policing event. But he did not necessarily have the skills and capacity to manage the initial event. But then as it got more protracted, first of all, I think he needed some time, some rest days. But Superintendent Dunlop was ultimately engaged in working with one of the groups, POU and PLT. He also had some, I felt reasonable experience and skills to come in at this stage in our operation. And so I had approached him to take on that role.
So when did Superintendent Dunlop take over?
So the overnight from the 4th into the 5th, so the Friday into the Saturday morning,
And how long did he serve in that role?
until the evening of the 5th.
Why so short?
Former Chief Slowly did not believe that he was the right person for the job. He gave us myself and Deputy Bell, who both were part of the decision-making into who would be the best person at this stage of the operation. But former Chief Slowly had, I would say it's fair to say, a past history with Superintendent Dunlop, and whether it was a trust factor or whether it was because Superintendent Dunlop had, I think, challenged him on a few issues that he didn't feel he was right for the position in that stage. And he made it very clear to me that he didn't approve of that decision, and he was going to hold me accountable for whatever the results were of that.
Now, you told us earlier that according to the incident command model, it's supposed to be the strategic commander, who was you at the time, to appoint the operational commander. How did you feel about the chief stepping in and essentially removing the operational commander that you chose?
I wasn't happy with it, but I recognized it was an untenable situation for Superintendent Dunlop to be in. And so with further conversation with DC Bell, we determined that it would be more fair to have another person step in. And so that's when Superintendent Patterson was selected.
And when did he step in?
He stepped in on the morning of the 6th.
Who chose him?
It was a conversation with former Chief Slowly, and I could tell he approved of him as an incident or as an event commander. And so it was I would say, a conciliatory conversation, and that's ultimately, it was my decision. That's where we went.
Okay, so back to the Coventry incident.
Yes.
February 6th, this is when Mark Patterson had assumed the role of the event commander. Tell us what happened on that day.
So as the event commander, he determined he was going to start getting some wins, I guess would be the showing some action and showing some, movement on the part of the police. And so he determined as you see, former Chief Slowly was very much about, let's interdict fuel, let's do what we can to stop the supply going to them. And so we knew that Coventry Road was the site where it was sort of a camp for them. They came back and they had a tent where they ate. They were pretty well established there. I believe there were saunas and things set up. And they had a fuel truck there. So we were aware, and I believe our PLT team had been working with people on that site to engage, to establish a rapport and a relationship. And Superintendent Patterson set up to do what we would call an action and engage the public order team and wanted them to go in and, seize the fuel and stop the source of fuel. So that's what took place on the evening of the 6th.
Now, when you spoke of engagement by the PLT team earlier, are you referring only to the PLT team from the OPS?
No, I should have clarified that. The OPP PLT team was assisting our team throughout, both as being a backup, if you will, or an increase in numbers, but also as being sort of sounding boards and guidance. They had a lot of experience in dealing with longer-term protests.
Specifically with respect to the Coventry location, what was the PLT team's objective at that time?
I think they were trying to reason with the organizers, and there's always a give and take with the PLT approach. So if we can agree with something, that you get something, we get something, that was what they were trying to establish, I believe, without being in the weeds of that. But that was the relationship they were working on.
They were looking for small wins for everybody.
Yes.
And now you spoke earlier about this command triangle with the operational commander at the top of the triangle and then the two sides being the PLT or negotiation and the other one being the kind of enforcement actions on. What is the like how are those two sides in the bottom supposed to work together?
In concert with each other. I mean, I think what has to happen is that the PLT team needs to be given the time to actually affect some change, and they need to be given the room to do so and the authority to make decisions. And that, I believe, was not happening. That's not in concert. That's the incident commander, the event commander. The public order team understands that they have a role to play, and so oftentimes they will be waiting in the wings until they're given the, go ahead, we've done everything we can, we have cleared as much as we can, and now these people have been advised that they're no longer welcome, and if they don't leave, that they will be arrested, that type of thing.
Right. So because when you described the role of the PLT earlier, you talked about how they were the first point of contact, they were supposed to engage and de-escalate and to show the protesters what the lawful limits are, right?
That's right.
So is the idea then that they will make contact and then see if, it can be successfully de-escalated before hard actions is enforced?
Yes, I think in the Coventry example, there were some things that were concerning in that there was fuel on site. The fire department they have a house right across the street. They were seeing some things that they were worried about for safety reasons for the people involved there. So I think that's the approach that they took, was that we're concerned about some of these things, and we want to make sure that you're all safe, and it's upsetting the residents in the area.
Right.
So those types of conversations, but they take a while to happen, and it requires patience on the part of the event commander.
And how important was it then that these two arms, the PLT and the POU kind of, the enforcement part, that they coordinate a coherent strategy in terms of the timing? Because you said you need to time it so that there's sufficient time for the protesters to cooperate, right?
Yeah, it's very important.
And what happened in this case?
Well, I believe in this case, and I am not 100%, I think Inspector Lucas could probably provide you with more details, but Superintendent Patterson requested that the public order team arrive at the location at Coventry, and I believe there was some back and forth that they did not feel that was that should have happened when it did. They felt that PLT should have been given more time, and ultimately Superintendent Patterson was very frustrated by that they were not engaging in when he wanted them there. I do believe that they did eventually attend, but the resulting action was that it really damaged the relationship with our PLT team, with the OPP PLT team, and with the event commander. That was a fractured situation after that.
And just so we understand, when the enforcement action started, was the PLT team even notified that this was going to happen?
No, they were not.
So were they caught in surprise?
Entirely off guard.
As much as the protesters?
Yes.
And when you spoke of a sense of betrayal, what do you mean?
I think they had been experiencing frustration that whole week in terms of being able to negotiate with the convoy organizers. They had established fairly reasonable relationships and open lines of communication. And there was some back and forth leading up to this event, and they were not empowered to make decisions, to be able to get those quick wins. One example was porta potties, that the organizers had asked for those to be delivered into the red zone. And the direction from the event commander was, we're not giving them 1 inch. So, they will have to, they'll have to try and come up. It was basically a win-lose scenario. If you leave, we'll let you go. That was sort of where they were given direction, that there was nothing beyond that for a period of time. And I think they were really frustrated by that. And I think the OPP team were frustrated as well. And there was some, I received emails saying that they're going to walk. They've had enough, that type of thing.
Now, before this unfortunate incident happened, the PLT team actually had some success earlier that week, right, with the Confederation Park.
That's right.
Tell us about the Confederation Park.
So Confederation Park is a location that happens to be right across the street from City Hall. And we were getting information, I can't recall the exact date, but that people were setting up in Confederation Park, and they had actually set up a food preparation area, like a little kitchen in a hut, and they had propane, and they were really, setting up for being there for a while. And so this caused, obviously, the mayor and a number of people concerned that this was going on. They were concerned for the safety of having, fuel and those types of things. So our PLT team went in to speak to the people who had set up in there, and they engaged them in conversation and started to try and get some movement there. It took several days, and much to the frustration, I think, of former Chief Slowly, as well as a number of city officials. But we were able to, we brought in Algonquin elder, because they had indicated that they were from the Algonquin nation, and that they, this was a means to try and engage in conversation and get to where a middle ground that we could. Ultimately, they were able to talk people to leaving that area on their own and cleared the park, and were able to secure it.
So the Confederation Park was one example where the search, contain, and enforce proved unnecessary because the PLT team did its work.
That's right.
Now, I want to take you to back to your notes, which relates to the Coventry incident. So we're back to OPS 30-14479. Page 55. So, Deputy Chief, if you want to look at your hard copy, I'll be taking you to the time at around 17:18. So 5:18 p.m.
I actually don't have my hard copies in front of me. I left them with,
Oh,
with
okay.
a colleague, but.
Well, then we're
so I'm
all
happy to.
on the same page,
Okay.
same electronic page.
Very good.
So page 55. Now, do you see conversation with Deputy Chief Bell regarding the operation at Coventry Road? And then if we go down, weighing all options,
Yes.
including state of emergency, advise we may lose OPP, PLT if we do actions.
That's right.
So that's what you were just describing to us.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And if we go further down, the next page, 56, please. I want to take you to the part that says, PLT is pissed. OPP has left. Set up back. Could you read it to us? Is it set up?
Yeah, set us back days or a week on PL, or a week. Our PLT is demoralized, and Marin is very upset. Patterson was not there.
Okay, set us back days or week on PLT. What do you mean by that?
Any ground that they had gained, any relationship that they had made at that point in time had been damaged significantly, and it would take them days or weeks to reestablish that rapport.
The person who is very upset, who was that?
That was Inspector Marin, who was working with Staff Sergeant Stoll and the public order team.
And what do you mean when you said Patterson was not there?
That he was not at the scene, I don't believe.
At the time when
At
the
the time,
enforcement
yeah.
action
Yes,
happened.
yeah.
I see. Now, we've spoken to Inspector Lucas back in the summer, and he said that the Coventry operation was an example of the OPS prioritizing a quick win on enforcement without an overall plan that integrated the role of the PLT in operational decisions. What's your view on that?
That's exactly my view on that.
Now, I want to ask you about the former chief's Slowly's attitude towards negotiating with protesters. I want to take you to The document, I believe these are minutes of meetings involving him. So OPS 3014479. Oh, it's the same, at page 63. I want to take you to the part where he seems to have asked the question. So he would, the question, why negotiate with unlawful protesters? Do you see that?
I don't.
Right, okay, so sorry, so it's Chief has said he does not know why we would negotiate with unlawful protesters. Do you remember this kind of sentiment being expressed by the former chief?
I do.
Can you tell us more?
So I don't think that the chief, I know he had some former public order experience, but I don't think he had used PLT as much as we were, experienced here in Ottawa. We have had people trained on this for a number of years, and it has served us incredibly well in a lot of demonstrations, and really taken the temperature down and been able to get us, longer term wins, but wins where people walk away safely, where they feel like they were heard and that their goal was met. And that is part of it, because we want to make sure that, we're not creating a situation that they will be coming back again. So our PLT, I knew had that capacity. I was familiar with the program. I was involved. I was a superintendent when we had a previous demonstration that shut down a major intersection not long before this. And we used the PLT quite successfully in that. But after that event, they came to me and said, we need more people. We need a little bit more importance placed on this, because it really is an amazing tool. And so they convinced me, and they said they were, would like to get more people trained, and I approved that, and that did happen. And I'm glad we did have a number for this protracted event, so we were able to rely on them. It also creates great goodwill with other police services. And so in this case, the OPP stepping in to assist us in this bolstered our numbers that we were definitely needing. And it means that you have to be able to work in an integrated manner. I don't believe Chief Slowly was familiar with the framework. There is a national framework that has been developed on police response to demonstrations. And this is born out of a lot of Indigenous, protracted Indigenous demonstrations. And the OPP obviously have had a number of experiences with that. So what they brought to the table was very valuable to our team. And I believe, as you cited Inspector Lucas's assessment of Chief Slowly, and I think Superintendent Patterson as well was on that page, was that we were needing to demonstrate to the community that we were taking actions. And I understand the pressure and stress that they both felt. I felt it as well. But I also felt that we were going to be judged on this, and here we are all these months later, on our coming out of this with as few people hurt as possible, as much goodwill as possible, that we haven't burnt any bridges with our community, with other policing agencies, and with anyone really. So I felt that taking a longer term approach and potentially getting a bigger win at the end was the way to go. And I was receiving information that crowds, generally 80% of people are law abiding and they want to follow laws. And if you give them the opportunity to have a win, they will often go on their own. And so those were some of the things that I felt we needed to give that a really good try. And I don't believe Chief Slowly at this stage in it was feeling the same way about it.
But surely we can understand the pressure that the chief was under. We heard from the residents last week that they were feeling abandoned, basically, by the police. They felt helpless and very frustrated. Is it fair to say then that within the OPS there was disagreement as to the most appropriate way to approach the situation and to resolve it.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Commissioner, just before my friend moves on, would it be possible just to indicate the date in which these notes meetings are occurring so that we can keep track?
Yes, thank you for that suggestion. I believe this is February 6th, but let's scroll up so we don't have to guess. Let's keep going up. Oh, February 8th. There we have it. Thank you. Okay, so now on February 8th, the same day that as this meeting, a new development happened, and that's the arrival of the integrated planning group led by the OPP chief superintendent Party and the RCMP superintendent Liu, right?
That's correct.
Tell us what that was all about.
So at the time, it was actually only in reviewing and preparing for this that I realized how they came about. At the time, I was not sure what the genesis of them arriving was. But my understanding is it was some non-OPS leaders, police leaders, who had determined that Ottawa needed help and assessed that they could come in and assist us in providing a plan. We had been asking for resources. Chief Slowly had been going to a variety of services, mostly with the RCMP and the OPP, requesting assistance in the way of police resources. And I think what they were trying to, this group was trying to determine how many people we needed and what was the ultimate goal and what was the plan. And we struggled a little bit with coming up with a plan per se. So I mentioned earlier the concept of operations. That was part of what we were working on there to provide them those services to say, this is what we are hoping to do and this is how we would like to do it in broad strokes, not without like a full plan. And so this team, I was made aware of them. I was spoken to. Carson Party reached out to me by phone and said he was coming into town and that they were here to assist and in helping us to, work out the details of our plan.
Now, I understand that there was a meeting, the first meeting between the OPS and the Integrated Planning Group happened on the 8th.
That's right.
At around 5:35 p.m., right?
Yes.
You've told us about this strategic concept of operations. Was that something that you came up with?
Yes, along with some of the points that you saw the chief,
Right.
Suggest on the 5th. And so this was, a loose, I would say, framework that we come up with.
Okay, I want to show you a one-page document and see if that's the document that you were referring to.
Okay.
OPP 50774. Not OPS, OPP. Okay, can we go down? Oh, I see. Do we have the picture? Page 77, please. Is there a way for us to rotate the view? No? Okay. All right. Now, I want to, it may be a little challenging, but let's see if we can read the mission statement. So it's near the top. The Ottawa Police Service is in a collaborative approach with other police agencies, federal, provincial, and city partners. Sorry, missing the last word on this.
So I think help is on the way, Commissioner.
Can we try the rotation button on the top? I'm not sure it's doing anything. Okay, so federal, provincial, and city partners, community organizations.
I'm sorry, I wonder if I could interrupt for a second. I don't know about the witness, but I can tell you it's nearly impossible to read from where I'm sitting. It may be the case that this document exists in some other format elsewhere in the record. I don't know if we could take a minute to try to find it. I just don't want to be unfair to the witness.
Of course.
Okay, so do you want to take a short break, or?
Why don't we do that?
Okay, well, we can take our morning break, 15 minutes, and we'll come back in 15 minutes, okay?
Laura Pra.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. So during the break, we managed to resolve the technical issue. The document that I read out the document number of previously was an OPP document, but there is a duplicate provided by the OPS, and the document number is OPS 408518. And so we're now showing the OPS version of the same document, and this one is easier to read. So if I could take you, Deputy Chief, to the mission statement. This is the strategic concepts of operation that you've developed. And the mission statement says, the Ottawa Police Service, in a collaborative approach with other police agencies, federal, provincial, and city partners, community organizations, and event organizers will provide a safe and secure environment in the city of Ottawa during the Freedom Convoy 2022 event. The primary goal is to end the protests peacefully. This may be achieved through proactive engagements by all officers, including police liaison teams, facilitating communication, de-escalation, and negotiation as means to achieve a peaceful resolution. So there is an inclusion of the engagement process and specifically the police liaison team here. With that in mind, I want to take you to now. So before the break, we were talking about this meeting, initial meeting with the integrated planning group at 5:35 p.m., right, on February 8th.
Yes.
And was it at that meeting that you presented this strategic concept of operations?
I'm not sure if it was this document per se, but I believe we had the same points
Right.
established.
Now, about 2 hours after this meeting, at 7:30 p.m. the same day, there was a command team meeting. I want to take you to the minutes of that meeting. This is OPS 30-14454 at page 124. So you see a reference of something the former chief said. He said, people came to assess my readiness and if we are ready to receive their resources. If we go down further, the chief said, enforcement is where we need to be. We need to show teeth, and that the officers, it seems to be an incomplete sentence in the notes. But do you recall this command team briefing?
Can you refresh my memory as the time of this? Was
7:30 p.m.
Yes, then I do remember that.
Can you tell us the nature of what was discussed at this meeting?
So the chief wanted it was a meeting after the meeting. to determine what my perception of what was taking place here. And as I was the only one who actually was physically at the location with the other partners, everyone else called in on the phone. I believe I had a scribe with me who took notes for me. So the chief was late to join the call for a very good reason, but was unable to hear the initial part of it. And I think he was disappointed that we weren't able to be on Teams. It was an RCMP facility. So there were a few things about it. I think he was frustrated about it, and he wanted to know what my perception of, their position and more of sort of a strategic, what do you think they're looking for from us in order to give us resources.
What did you tell him?
My sense is that they were here to help, and I shared that with him. I knew some of the Carson Party, for one, was somebody who I'd worked on a committee with before. I knew him to be a very genuine, good man, and I felt that they were here in response to the fact that we needed some help, and that's what they were doing without reservation.
Mm-hmm. And how would you describe the former chief's perspective on this?
He seemed to be suspicious of why they were here. Why couldn't they just give us the resources that we were asking for? I think he was feeling tested, and we all were being tested, I think, to a certain degree. Where is our plan? What is our goal? What's the impact we're trying to achieve? So they were asking some pointed questions.
Mm-hmm. Now, if we go to the next day, February 9th, early that morning at around 7:10 a.m., there was another briefing involving the chief, you, and I believe perhaps Deputy Chief Bell as well. And I want to show you the document OPS 30-14479. So this is perhaps your notes.
Okay.
I know it's page 66 of the electronic record. So do you see at around 7:10 a.m., there was a reference to the chief briefing the team?
Yes.
And at the top, Mission Hydra. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, it does.
Tell us what that means.
I wasn't familiar with what Hydra was. I guess it's a mythological Greek figure. But he spoke about it, this thing having many heads. And so, we needed to, as I wrote here, cut off and cauterize the heads. So as we were able to take control of a situation, then we held that position. I think that's what he was referring to as cauterizing. It was a term that I've not used in event planning before.
So just to help us understand, what did you understand the many heads to be an analogy of?
So I think this was his 7 points strategy. And I think each of them was one of the means that we would be able to use to bring this to an end.
I see. Carry on.
Okay. So he had called us all in there, I think in response to the meeting of the night before and my assessment of things that I don't know that he necessarily agreed with, or I might not have instilled the confidence that he was hoping to hear. So he set out to all of us to meet and then to actually put this plan into some form of a visual documentation, which you saw. That was one of our very adept planners, who was our project manager, who was able to come up with that visual that you saw that we shared with them, with each of the different points and how we were going to go about affecting those actions.
Now, you made a note about, like in the middle of the page, very aggressive posture, language throughout the whole briefing and mission statement. What's the next sentence?
Asked if anyone
Right.
needed clarifications.
So what do you mean by very aggressive posture?
So he was very much at this point in time, I would say, frustrated by where we were at so many days into it. And I think he was, I would say, having challenges not allowing that to show. And so he had us all in a room, made sure that everybody came in at 7 o'clock, and that we were all going to be part of this meeting, and all hands on deck. We are going to get this written up, and here's what it's going to look like.
Now, the plan that this Mission Hydra, the plan that the former chief wanted to carry out, we have a document that I believe is the one he referred to, and I want to show it to you to confirm it. Can we call up OPP 301889, please? It's a plan that's also been referred to by various witnesses as 3.0. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, it does.
What does that refer to, 3.0?
Generally, what happens is plans develop, and you have versions of them, and for everybody's sake of ease, when you are sending a plan around for people to see, you put the most recent version of it. So I think that's what the 3.0, and I think we dropped the Hydra. I don't think that was necessarily a plan name we wanted to go with, so I think this is what replaced that.
Okay, so are you able to confirm then that this is the plan that the former chief wanted, that the one that he spoke to you about on that morning at 7:10?
I believe so. If we could just scroll up beyond maybe the first page or two. Yes, that looks to be correct.
Okay, now if we can go to page 6, I believe that's where the mission statement is. This is a shorter mission statement compared to the strategic concepts of operations, a document that you had provided the day before. And this one simply says to end the unlawful elements of the Ottawa truck demonstration and restore safe and open neighborhoods and businesses. There's no reference to the engagement process or to PLT. Tell us about any discussions you may have had with the chief on that point.
So coming from the world that I had before my experience as an incident commander, when we are engaging in any event, we will give our, if you say, commander's intent or mission of what we are trying to achieve. And it always begins with, my training has indicated, it always begins with to safely negotiate the unlawful elements of the, and carry on. And you start with that really focus on negotiation as a starting point. I think my recollection of that meeting was he and I had some arguments, I will say. We had a discussion, we had a disagreement on that, and ultimately he said it was understood that we were going to be negotiating, and he did not want it to be in the mission statement. So this mission statement is what was put in the end.
Right. So I want to go back now to the to your notes, OPS 3014479 at page 66, because there's some subsequent notes that I want to ask you to clarify. So do you see at 7:20, Chief laid out his plan, omitted negotiations, and when I brought it up, he reacted angrily, saying, we're not negotiating. It's better that you read it.
Sure, then said it's implicit. I advised our CIC mission statements always have explicitly stated in the mission statement. If it doesn't reduce the size of the footprint, that is not a good negotiation.
So that was the exchange.
Yes.
And that was at 7:10 a.m. And then later that morning at 9:15 a.m., there was another meeting with the chief had with you and Deputy Chief Bell. This is at the next page, page 67. Okay, that's okay. Sorry, go up. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry, go down a little bit. Do you see the part where the chief said, he said anyone, I'll let you read it?
Sure. Anyone who undermines the operational plan, he will crush them. And I wrote in brackets that he said it twice, and I noticed that his chin was twitching. I was kind of aghast at the comment, and that anyone who executes the plan will be supported. Takeaway was, don't bother arguing with anything that Patterson offers. Chief and he are in communication, and whoever gets in their way will be crushed.
What did you understand the chief to convey by those comments?
That this was the plan we were going ahead with, and that he didn't want to hear any further dissenting positions on it. This was where we were going.
Now, if we go down further, okay. Could you read to us? Talked about the plan.
Talked about the plan for briefing the embedded cell, I think those of planners and commanders, and he spoke of a type of conspiracy that is happening at provincial and federal levels, that this team is being handled by their political masters, and promoted the idea that they're not really here to help.
So before you carry on, the cell or the team, is that the integrated planning group that just came to Ottawa?
Yes, it is.
The one that you met with the day before?
Yes, and that we were planning to meet with that same day around noon with this plan.
Okay. So do you remember this conversation?
Very well.
What did you understand him to mean by political masters and so on?
I believe he thought that this was all very politically influenced. And I will, say at the outset, I was 5 or 6 weeks into being an acting deputy chief at this point in time, and did not have the same view, but I have not lived the same number of years that Chief Slowly had in that realm. And so I felt they were simply cops coming to help cops. And he had a different view from, I guess, his experience and the conversations that he was having at that point in time.
Right. Now, so these are your notes, right?
Yes.
But this meeting is also being recorded as a form of minutes by other people.
Yes.
So I want to take you to another record. This will be OPS 30-14454. And I want to take you to page 130, please. If we go down a bit. Keep going. Okay, so there's a reference, Tom C., OPP, is that the Commissioner Carrick of the OPP?
Yes, I believe that's who he
Is assessing if we are worthy of getting the additional asked resources. And there's a note that Tricia's you, right?
That's right.
That you said, I want us to limit politics. And the chief said, last week, we didn't have an incident command. Everyone was running around with confusion. Now we know our roles as of noon. None of us did our jobs last week in what our teams needed. We need to stay focused and stick to the plan. And then we have the minutes recording you saying they're here to help. Not sure why we're
That's forcing them
to arrive here. And the chief said last night was amateur hour. Do you recall this?
I do.
Can you give us the context and what you remember was exchanged?
Yeah. So that morning, the chief had said, when we were sitting in that briefing room, that they will be coming down to 474 Elgin and we will be presenting our plan there. There was probably 5 or 6 of them, and we had a full team ourselves. And I suggested that perhaps a better option was to go out to where they were set up. They'd come in from out of town. Some of them didn't know Ottawa, but they were already out at the one of the RCMP stations, and that we could go out there and present. There was plenty of room. I had just been there the night before. It was set up. And the chief said something to the effect of, this is a strategy. This is I don't expect you to understand, but this is our house, and we're going to do this in our house. So I felt that was a bit of a power move that I didn't think was necessary in the circumstances, because I really did feel that they were here to help. And why are we inconveniencing them? The chief referred to it as, he shouldn't have to drive out to the boonies to go and, I think he called it Farhaven, to go for this meeting. So that was what that conversation was. And then when he talks about last night being amateur hour, that's what I was alluding to in that we couldn't get the computer set up, we couldn't get Teams going. It was, different agencies, different key fobs and that type of thing. So that's where his frustration was on that.
Right. So you mentioned that you were going to meet with the group again that day. And I believe that meeting took place at 12:10 p.m. Am I right?
Yes, that sounds right.
So if I could take you back to your notes now, OPS 3014454 at page 136. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not your notes. It's the same document. I apologize. So we just go down a few pages to page 138. If we go down further. Okay, I want to ask you about this. So we're now at the meeting with the Integrated Planning Group, and the chief asked this question. We can add the information that was provided by the RCMP, but we haven't agreed not to proceed with our plan for tonight.
Yes.
Do you remember this?
Yes.
What was that about?
That was the plan for an actions on at Rouleau and Sussex that Superintendent Patterson had proposed and was working towards executing.
Okay. Tell us about Rouleau Sussex. The Commission has heard some evidence about why that intersection might be problematic.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we just establish the date of this meeting, please?
It is February the 9th.
Yes.
At around 12:10 p.m.
So Rouleau and Sussex, from the start of the arrival of the convoy, was a contentious and volatile, I would describe it, intersection. The people who were there, the protesters or the people who were there were, they seemed to be operating mostly on their own. They were known to us as the Farfadas. I believe they were a group that was originally mostly from Quebec, from the Quebec area. I'm not sure exactly where. And they were, I would say, the ones that were antagonistic over the course of the convoy. When people were trying to leave, they were the ones, I would say, intimidating people, saying, hold the line, you're not going anywhere, those types of things. And because of the location where they were, that was a major intersection that we were trying to gain back. And their presence there certainly contributed to the Rouleau Centre being closed, which was obviously one of our major businesses in the city and was suffering as a result. And we were trying to open that intersection up to be able to get, there's obviously access to Quebec that comes with that and the Byward Market.
And what was the plan that was discussed at that meeting?
So they were planning on, and it wasn't so much, actually, I think it was discussed at this meeting. Superintendent Patterson presented his plan after I gave a presentation on our concept of operations. And he described how he planned on taking that intersection. And it was involving public order units. A number of troops, or a number of sections, as they're called, were going to be employed in taking the area, making arrests, and then holding that area consequently.
Now, we're going to hear from Superintendent Abrams later today, as I said, and we expect he may say that he was quite critical of this OPS plan. He thought it unsafe. And he thought also in that discussion that Superintendent Patterson might have misrepresented the PLT involvement. What is your perspective on that?
I would agree with that. I believe he told the team, or the people at that meeting, that they were engaged when Superintendent Abrams specifically asked him, are they aware, have they been engaged to this point, and have they exhausted all other measures? And I believe Superintendent Patterson's response was yes, they had.
Right. So that meeting between the OPS command team and the integrated planning group took place at around noon. And then at 1:40 p.m., the OPS command team had a debriefing. You remember that?
Vaguely.
So if we go down to the next page, 139. So do you see OPS debrief from meeting with the OPP RCMP meeting? And it recorded the chief as saying, as far as I consider, keep going. Nothing has changed until I hear something different coming from the RCMP and OPP. So I just want to be clear here, because at that meeting, right, at the meeting with the integrated planning group, there were at least two things being discussed. One was the degree of integration. There was the OPS Plan 3.0, and I understand that the RCMP and Chief Party, they were also starting to prepare a kind of plan to support what the OPS had.
Yes, they were.
Right? So there were those two plans. And then there was these Rouleau-Sussex discussion
Yes.
at the same time. So just to be clear, when the chief said here, as far as I consider keep going, do you recall the context? Was he referring to the integration issue, or was he referring to the Rouleau-Sussex issue?
I'm actually not sure that I was at this meeting. These are, I believe, our legal services notes. So I don't know that I was there and heard that.
Okay.
So it may not be fair for me to comment on what it is that he was saying. If on the face of it, it looks to me like he's talking about that action that we were planning.
Okay. All right. Now, moving on to the next day, February 10th at 11 a.m. Now I can take you back to your notes, and that is OPS 3014479. If we go to page 75, please. So do you see the first bullet? Patterson said the OPP want to make sure this stays in Ottawa and had no interest in resolving this. They only want to negotiate and not do any actions on. And then the next line says, I disagreed.
Yes.
Tell us about that exchange.
So this was in relation to the actions on at Rouleau and Sussex. And this was our daily briefing, so there was a number of people on that call. And this was Superintendent Patterson had not got the plan approved, and it had not been carried out in the overnight hours as they were hoping. And so he was updating the team as to what happened and his perception of what the OPP's, I guess, ultimate goals were. And at the same time, there were things happening across the province.
Now, when we spoke about this day during our interview back in the summer, you said February 10th was probably the worst day in your professional career.
That's correct.
Why was that?
So this meeting, this was, as you were showing here, this is a series of discussions that I'm having with both the event commander who's reporting to me and former Chief Slowly about the approach that I felt we needed to be taking. And as the major event commander, I was trying to drive in that direction and was continually getting pushback. Some of it very public and some of it, behind closed doors. And this was a meeting when we got to this point, Superintendent Patterson was also very frustrated, and he was, presenting his point to the group. And so there was a comment made during this meeting where he, in my estimation, maligned one of our most seasoned critical incident commanders on the decision that he made not to approve this plan. And he chalked it up to him not being involved and not knowing enough, and that's why he didn't approve it. And so at the end of the call, once we did all the checks that we did on these briefings, go through communications, through, what's the update, how many people on the Hill, those types of things. Once that was completed, I had asked for a number of people to stay on the call. So, our corporate communication folks would have dropped off and some of the other players. But the chief was on, Superintendent Patterson was on. I don't know all of the people who remained on the call, but our legal, Christian was on that call as well. And I started by saying, I want to clarify the role of the incident commander in this case. It was Superintendent Burnett, who had not approved the plan that Patterson put forward for actions at Rouleau and Sussex. And he had his reasons for it, and a lot of them related to safety of our members. And it was involving POU teams from other police services who had also expressed their concern about the safety of this action to Superintendent Burnett. And so I wanted to clarify that and to say that I didn't believe that these types of actions were going to, that they were a good move at this point in time. If we had said we were going to negotiate, which is what we agreed to with the OPP just yesterday when we presented, or was yesterday when we presented that plan, then that's what we had to commit to. And I didn't feel we were doing that, and I felt we were doing a disservice to everybody involved, and not to mention, putting pressure on and putting our members at risk. They had been swarmed by protesters at this location before. We knew they had that potential. And so this, of all of them, was probably the most dangerous of all the intersections that we would take on. So I expressed that. And then you probably see conversation back and forth between myself and Superintendent Patterson, and the chief weighed in. And then at one point in the meeting, Superintendent Patterson asked here, and you see in my notes, if Christian Huneau, who is our legal, our lawyer, was on the call, and she said, I'm here, and he said, I want this for the notes. And then he made, I would say, an attack on my integrity on behavior that he felt that I was engaging in that was unethical. And at that point in time, I, indicated that I didn't think that no one said anything. So I said, I don't, I think this is going to really be difficult for me to move forward in this position. I feel like I'm a fly in the ointment that's going on right now, and that I'm fighting on two fronts, and that I wasn't willing to do that anymore. So I said to the chief at that point, if you need to remove me in order to be able to go ahead and carry out your plans, you're going to have to do that, but I fundamentally disagree with the way we were going, and that I couldn't put our members at risk in that way. So that was pretty much the end of the conversation, and the meeting ended at that point.
And what decision did the former chief make after that?
He came to see me, and we discussed the situation. And in his defense, he didn't know me very well. He didn't know my history. He's come to the organization as an outsider. But I assured him that the behavior I was being accused of was not, in fact, what was happening. And it involved, myself and my husband colluding. My husband at the point was working with the PLT team, and that I was getting, information that I shouldn't have been having at that point was really the accusation. And so I suggested to the chief that if he really believes in the direction that he is suggesting, then I'm not the person to be the commander of this event. And so he said he would think about it. And at the end of our conversation, he ultimately said, I will keep you as the event commander, but you must promise me that you are going to take some days off, that you need a couple of days rest.
Not event commander, strategic commander.
Strategic commander, yes. And at that point in time, I had been working a number of days in a row. It felt a little bit like I had gotten emotional, and he walked into my office right at the tail end of that meeting, and I was frustrated and I was angry. So it felt a little bit like he was saying, you need to go home and get some rest. He was probably right, but I was a little bit frustrated by that, and I'm frustrated in hearing that it sounds like I was sent home because I was on the wrong side of things. As Chair Deans said yesterday, that was not the case. I think it was out of concern for, for where I was at. Certainly I was angry, frustrated, and upset. And he said, Deputy Bell will take over for a couple of days, go home, get some rest, because I need you healthy for the long run.
Right. So you did take some rest.
I did.
On the 11th and the 12th?
That's right.
And then you came back on the 13th?
Yes.
Now, when the chief made the decision to remove Superintendent Patterson, who stepped in?
So at that point in time, it was Superintendent Bernier who was requested to come in.
Were you involved in that decision?
I was. The chief and I discussed it as to what options we had, and Superintendent Bernier was ultimately the decision at that stage.
Why was he selected?
He has lots of experience in the public order world, but also in planning and in specialized events, that type of thing. He has been, incident commander, event commander, and has worked in that world quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Now, before we get to your return on the 13th, I want to show you another document. It is one that I've shown you before during our interview. If I could call up the document number OPP 404283. If we can just look at the whole first page. Can we do that? So this appears to be a draft document prepared by the Integrated Planning Group. And these are the services involved, right? The RCMP, OPP, TPS is Toronto Police, YRP, York Regional Police, and what's PRP?
Peel Regional Police.
All right. So this document is a draft dated February the 10th. Can we go back to the title, please? SMEAC proposal. What is that?
SMEAC is a term that's used in both military and policing, and it's basically situation, mission, execution, and the C can stand for command or communication. But
Now, if we go to section 3.1 of this draft proposal, it appears that the group was trying to get a sense of where things were at as of that time on February the 10th. It seems to be an assessment of the current situation that the OPS had to confront with. And these are, well, we see the list. Can we go down the list? I don't mean scrolling down, but I mean, Deputy Chief, can you tell us, look at each bullet and tell us your perspective on whether this list accurately reflected the state that the OPS found itself in as of the 10th of February?
So not intelligence-led. I think that's fairly accurate. We were not really relying on the intelligence to formulate the actions and the things that we were doing.
Does that include the pre-planning phase, or are you referring strictly to the February 10th?
I'm thinking just of the state that we were in the 9th, 10th, when I'm assuming this was drafted up.
Okay, yeah.
Participants have the initiative. This was, in fact, something that was becoming, we were becoming aware of this. There were retired police and military members in the protest, and they knew a number of our, police tactics, and they had a chief of security, and they were really, keeping themselves in those types of, command. So I think that is true. Reactive, tactical, aggressive, and taking risks. I would agree with that. Some of the actions that they were seeing us doing, whether that was the interdiction of fuel, those types of things that the chief was hoping for us to make some headway there.
Would that include the Rideau Sussex POU action?
Yes, it would. Poor communications, no communication strategy. I think that's fair. There were some good communications, and I shouldn't paint everybody with that brush, but certainly I know that our intelligence folks who were working with OPP members and that there was communication going on there, and some people were more effective at it than others, but I think it's a fair assessment step. Unclear and vague command and control. I think we had a system in place, but we had players who were, jumping up or jumping down our incident command structure. Unqualified trained leadership. We had lost a lot of our subject matter experts in the 4 or 5 years leading up to this. We used to be really, really strong, and our response to, when I think of what happened here in 2014, the shooting on Parliament Hill, we were subject matter experts, and we had leaders in that area, and a lot of that had gone with retirement. And because we hadn't had any big events, with COVID, with no presidential visits, none of those things, we hadn't flexed those muscles. And so this was obviously unprecedented in terms of its size and the type of thing we were dealing with. So I don't know whether unqualified is fair. I would think there's some people in that chain who would say that they very much are qualified, but I think from an OPP or somebody looking in maybe would see that. No or poor partner collaboration. I would agree.
What does that refer to?
Well, I believe at the strategic level, the relationship was strained. And whether that was chief to chief or chief with some of the city partners, some of the political people who needed to be involved. We did have, I would say, good collaboration. Kim Ayotte and I spoke fairly regularly in terms of, what are your people seeing, and what are you experiencing? How can we support? How can we help? Those types of conversations were going on fairly regularly. But at certain levels, we were not seeing that same level of collaboration. Focused on local issue only. I believe that that statement that Superintendent Patterson made was right, and I also recall former Chief Slowly saying, I don't care about what's going on elsewhere. Ottawa is where I need to, have my focus. And, from his perspective, I could understand that. But we did know that when we took actions here, it had ripple effects across the country. These were very connected, reactive people. Only maintenance and not resolution. And I believe that OPS focus, that was our focus, and a lot of that had to do with simply the realities of our staffing situation. The boots on the ground are officers who were at posts and who were taking on those roles, and I think fairly accurate to say low morale. They were frustrated. Some of them were left out for hours in the cold without the ability for them to be freed up or provided meals. Lack of leadership, confidence in command, no clear direction. I think that's we did hear some of that, especially from the PLT folks. Physical and, I'm assuming that's mental, mentally exhausted, poor decision-making. I'm not sure what the longer is referring to, but I think obviously we were not our best selves at that moment and maybe weren't making the best decisions. And the information sharing is incomplete and unknown command structure, and the operational plan not being signed off.
Okay, let's take that a bit further. Information sharing, incomplete, and unknown command structure. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, we use different command structures in the OPP and the RCMP. And so I think they were looking to see us following true models. They vary slightly, but I do think at points we were not following the command structure. And I believe that, as I alluded to before, we had people who were jumping chains and maybe getting down into areas they didn't need to be to try and speed things up, I think was probably the...
And in terms of information sharing, did you see that as an issue between OPS and external agencies, or was that an issue within the OPS itself?
I don't think I experienced that myself, that there was a lack of information sharing internally. But I'm assuming if they are, no, I can't make that assumption. I don't know what they're referring to specifically.
Do you recall when we interviewed you back in the summer, you described some challenges to us in terms of the sharing of intelligence within the OPS?
Yes, yes.
Tell us more about that.
So our intelligence unit gets all sorts of information, obviously, and they go through it, and there is an analysis piece that takes place with the information, the intelligence that they get, and they will determine often who that relates to. And sometimes it's one of those things that is a nice to know, and we will hang on to that and do up a report, and sometimes it's something that needs to be actioned by somebody. And I think we were still relying at this point in time. We have since evolved, but we were relying on them being the keepers of that information and it being shared on a need-to-know basis. And, up until this point, the major things that they were looking into were organized crime and were, national security threats. Not so, that was obviously the purview of the RCMP, but those types of things. And so they would share information like, the latest ITAC threat and some of those pieces of information as needed. But it was really a hierarchy. And if you were not in that level, then you didn't necessarily receive that information.
Do you think those barriers that existed back in around January, February, impeded the degree of integration of the planning and the intelligence in preparing OPS for the arrival of the convoy?
I think it's fair to say it may have had an impact on it. I think what we were missing was that bridge between intelligence and special events to operationalize the information that they had, and we were lacking there.
Mm-hmm. Now, and the point about lack of leadership, looking back, what do you think you could have done differently to provide more leadership?
It's a good question. I think to convey to the people who reported to me that we are moving forward in this direction, to express my trust in them, maybe a little bit more vocally, to let them know that, they were the subject matter experts. They had all the information that they needed, and we needed to come up with a plan. I think, again, a lot of the issues were staffing, and so tried to rotate people to provide them with a rest, to provide them with the ability to breathe and focus on what they needed to. And maybe I needed to be more task driven in terms of, we need this plan and I need it by so and such a time, those types of things. Yeah.
Now, I've asked you about your leadership, but what about when you look around, do you see other leadership issues around those around you?
Yeah, I think policing in general attracts a certain type of person to it, and I think there's a lot of very strong characters. And one of the things that I felt we maybe could have done better was listening to each other and communicating better and being a little more cohesive as a command team. And I think in moments of stress and crisis, people are not their best selves and maybe rely on behaviors that are not helpful in the moment, and just show kind of the cracks that are coming through. And it was an incredibly long, exhausting period of time for the Ottawa Police, and I think many of our members are bruised as a result, if I can say that, and are still, in that stage. So it had a big toll, and obviously what took place, in the top job and with the council, city council, showed just how difficult it was for everyone, not just OPS, but for the community as well. Right.
Now, we spoke a bit about Superintendent Bernier, who assumed the role of event commander as of the 10th. Yes. So he would have been reporting to you when you returned on the 13th, right?
That's right, yes.
How did you find him as a leader, as the operation commander?
Superintendent Bernier is very intense, as you will likely get to know him. And he got right in, dug in, and started to work on developing his plans. One of the parts of the conversation I do recall was he said, I will accept this role, because he needed some time to think about it. I think he understood this was a very big job. And he said, with the understanding that I have a liaison between myself and Strategic Command. And so he identified somebody who, he trusted, who would be able to feed information to us in the strategic sort of command level. And he wanted to be unfettered. He wanted to be able to execute the command or execute the plan as he saw fit, and that it was in his hands. It was very much I got this.
Speaking of unfettered, does that go back to what you said earlier about the importance of having autonomy for an operational commander?
Absolutely.
And who became that liaison person?
Superintendent Rob Drummond.
Okay. And you said Superintendent Bernier insisted on the autonomy as well as the liaison. Why was the liaison so important?
I think you'll have to ask him that, but my sense is that he didn't want to be sucked into lots of meetings. He wanted to be able to work on the plan, and traditionally up until this point, we had a lot of meetings where the event commander is actually being taken away from the tasks of doing the job to talking about plans and this type of thing. And I think that he felt that was not a good use of his time. And I think he just wanted that flow of information to go through one person.
Well, Superintendent Bernier will testify next week, and I expect he will tell us that one of the early decisions he made was to appoint OPP Superintendent Springer as his deputy.
Yes.
Did you know about that?
I did. In my first conversation with Superintendent Bernier, I said, what do you need? What do you think you need to accomplish this? And he said, I'm going to need sort of a backup, I guess, if you will. And I said, who do you want? Build your team, tell me who you want, and I will do what I can to make sure that those resources are afforded to you. So he identified Dave Springer, who I knew as well, and said, can you see if he will do it? And in speaking with, at the time, Inspector Springer, he agreed. I had a phone conversation with him. He just said, can you please, give my boss a call to make sure that they're okay with it, which I did. And he joined the team at that point in time. Right.
Tell us about the degree of integration in the days after your return. So you took 2 days off.
Yes.
And you came back on the 13th. What did you find when you come back?
So by that point in time, people had their sleeves rolled up. They were all working at one location. All that sort of that level of the Superintendent Bernier, Chief Superintendent Carson Party, Chief Superintendent Phil Liu is also on the team. There was a room full of planners who they had brought in. There were experts in our traffic, in public order. Everybody was working at the same location. And I believe at that point in time, I might be wrong on the date exactly, but Superintendent Bernier was beginning to set up what he called his integrated table. And so each of the units that were needed to be involved, that were in an incident command structure, had a spot at the table, and that could have been an OPP officer, it could have been an RCMP officer, it could have been Ottawa Police.
Right. So I understand from interviewing Superintendent Bernier that a plan that he worked on with the integrated planning group was signed off as between him and the other members of the group. But it appears there might be some confusion around that time just as to what extent additional review or approval may or may not have been required from strategic level commanders, including yourself or the former chief. So I want to take you to an email change and see if you can help us clarify some of those confusion. Could we call up document OPP 401547, please? So if we go down to the very bottom, to the beginning of the email chain, so Deputy Chief, you see that this email began with the former chief sending you an email, is a request. He said, please send me the latest version of the operations plan that I approved on Wednesday, February the 9th. Now, which operations plan did you understand him to be referring to?
I believe this was the 3.0.
The 3.0. And then he also asked, also please advise if the plan has received all official approvals, signatures, etc., as there seems to be some concerns about this from the RCMP. Tell us about this.
So I'm not sure if this was at the chief's level, whether it was Commissioner Lucky or where the concerns were coming from within the RCMP. But we did have Chief Superintendent or Superintendent Phil Liu from the RCMP involved in our plan at that point in time. I do know that in Ottawa, there's the national policing side, and then there is the operational policing side for the RCMP, and so I don't know if there was a disconnect there in terms of that communication. But Superintendent Liu had been working on the plan. The plan was moving forward and had been built out from what we had supplied of the 3.0. That's what they had been working on from that date forward, from the 9th of February to the 13th. On these plans, and Superintendent Bernier was receiving these plans, reviewing them, and then approving them.
So in this one email, he seems to be referring to two different plans.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we go further up, we see your reply at 5:58. Now, by the way, in between the request and your reply, did you speak to anyone that you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. So let's take a look at your reply. Good evening, Chief. In checking with Rob Bernier, he finally had a chance to review the plan from the integrated planning team and has sent it back with his comments. He would prefer that it be completed and signed off and will then share the plan as he is the final approver of it. As for 3.0, Ottawa Truck Demo 22, February 9th, 22, it looks like you attach that 3.0 plan. So were you responding to both requests and trying to, I'll let you tell us what you were trying to do.
It would appear I'm talking about two different plans. And I don't believe I had seen the integrated plan, not before Superintendent Bernier had signed off on that. So I think what I'm saying is he's had a chance to review the plans. It's a large document, lots of pages involved in details, and Superintendent Bernier wanted to go over all of them. And he's obviously done a first review and sent it back with his comments to the people who are developing the plan. And he's saying he would prefer that he's had a chance to really make sure that it is tight and he's happy with it before sharing the plan. As he is the final approver, and I was making that point to say that it is up to him to approve the plan.
Up to,
Up to Superintendent Bernier to approve the plan.
okay. You said in checking with Rob Bernier, does that refresh your memory?
Yeah, so I suspect I had a conversation with him, probably over the phone, about where things were at and what was going on.
Okay. So if we go further up, this is the former chief replying to your response. He said, "Thank you for the clarification. I was not aware of this delay as I had approved the plan last Wednesday." Now, this is February 13th. And when he said, "I had approved the plan last Wednesday," would that have been the 9th?
Yes.
I appreciate and support the need for, I appreciate and support the need for Acting Superintendent Bernier to make adjustments to the plan that he inherited. What did you understand the chief to be saying here? Adjustments and the plan that he inherited.
That he was simply building out the 3.0 plan. I think that's what the chief was assuming.
So were you left with the impression that, what did you understand? Because we started with you explaining that there were two plans.
Mm-hmm.
What did you understand the chief to mean when he said this?
I think the chief was looking for what the plan was, and that it was based on that plan that we had presented to the integrated.
The 3.0.
Yes.
So he appeared to suggest that there were adjustments made to the 3.0.
Yes, when what I think Superintendent Bernier was doing was tasking the planners with, give me a full, robust plan, which we eventually see is the demobilization plan that we worked off of.
So while Superintendent Bernier was asking for action on the integrated planning group plan, he wanted to have it move ahead. The former chief was asking about the 3.0.
I believe that's what's going on here, yes.
And then he said, "That said, please ensure that the plan is fully signed off as the earliest possible opportunity, as this is a priority need expressed by our integrated partners." The plan in this third paragraph or fourth paragraph, to ensure that it's fully signed off, what did you understand which plan he was referring to now? The 3.0 or the integrated group plan?
I believe it was the integrated work plan, the one that Superintendent Bernier was working on, and that, as I had alluded to, Superintendent Bernier wanted to, he'd made some comments, he'd sent it back, and when it came back to him in the way he wanted it, he would sign off on and approve that plan.
So help me understand here, were there simultaneous work being done on two plans as of the 13th?
I don't believe so. I think the chief was under the impression that 3.0 was being worked on, but it was not. It was concluded, and I believe that's what I sent him, was the final document with his signature on it that was from the Wednesday prior. And what I knew was that Superintendent Bernier was working very hard, tasking his people to come up with plans, traffic plan, public order plan, PLT plan, all of the plans that form his ultimate demobilization plan.
Now, when you were responding to the chief's request, on this day, have you seen the integrated group plan yet?
No, I have not.
Right. So his last paragraph to you, as such, please communicate via email to the OPP and RCMP the reason for the delay in the approval ID, the current plan, along with the timeline that they will receive the approved plan. Copy Christiane and I on these emails. Christiane is the lawyer, right? The
That's right, yeah.
What did you understand his request to be? Was he asking that the integrated group plan be actioned on?
I think he wanted the final plan to be sent to the RCMP and the OPP and to make sure that he and Christiane were copied when that was done. And I'm not sure if that was because he wanted to, take a look at it as well and have Christiane look it over, because that had been his practice before. He had asked for legal services to look over plans to make sure that they were meeting, that they were legally sound, I think would have been his thought process on that. So I think he wanted me to make sure that our OPP and RCMP partners were provided the plan as soon as it was signed off on, and that he also wanted to have a look at it. But I don't know, he said once the plan has been approved. So I think he understood at this point in time he was not the approver of the plan.
Okay. And you speak about the lawyer reviewing documents as a practice, but we're talking about an operational plans here.
Correct.
So the practice includes having legal review of operational plans?
It did for former Chief Slowly. It doesn't in the ICS model. It's not part of the approval.
And in your experience at the executive level, was that the practice of other chiefs?
No.
What did you understand to be the significance or the reason that he wanted to have these kind of legal review?
I'm not quite sure. As I said, I think maybe because he wanted to make sure from her perspective it was legally sound, but these were operations. And so I think she would be the first one to tell you that she has no place in that.
And was it understood that the plan could or could not be actioned on before the review, legal review was completed?
That I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, can we go further up? Oops, okay, so this is your response. The plan that was sent to you just now is one that both party and Lou worked on to include the additional and necessary parts to ensure it met everyone's needs. So you are now sending the former chief the new integrated groups plan, right?
Yes.
Both Carson and Phil were aware of the reason for the delay, as they had been in regular contact with Rob yesterday and into today. The plan now has the proper signatories on it and will be the one referenced moving forward. I thank everyone for the patience and so on. So was that the end of it for that day for you?
I believe so.
If we go up to the top, we see that the former chief forwarded it to the RCMP and OPP commissioner. Please be advised, our operational plan was updated per the integrated model with the input of your respective representatives and has now been fully approved. And we go further up, we have the Commissioner Karik thanking the OPS chief. What was your understanding as to the status of this plan, the integrated groups plan?
That at the operational level it had been signed off, and this was simply a notification to the strategic level that this was the plan we were going forward with.
All right. Now, were you aware of any subsequent delay after the, this is all on the 13th?
I think there might have been some further conversation about it, but I don't have any independent recollection of exactly what that was right now.
Okay. How am I doing with time? Okay. If I could now take you to the plan that was signed off on the 13th. I believe this is OPP 401851. If we go to page 22, please. Oh, maybe further down, I'm looking for the organization chart. Okay, now this is a document that you didn't see until later. Well, I guess on the 13th you had it, and you had an opportunity to review it. Tell us about this organization. Was this level of integration happened ever before in your experience?
Hard to say. I have not been part of one such as this before, so this was my first foray into this world. But I think what you see are the dotted lines are, the sort of even level of command and control, and then the straight lines are who is reporting to who in that. So you see the event command, the strategic command. I report to OPS command team, which would have been superintendent, or rather former Chief Slowly. And then when we get down to the operational level, and I think it's making pains to show where one ends and the other begins, the clear lines in between strategic, operational, and tactical. And so then you see, Superintendent Bernier as the event commander with support from both the OPP and the RCMP, but ultimately that the Ottawa Police event commander is the lead on the command. So you see he's got a straight line down to everybody else, and Inspector Springer has a dotted line.
Right, and we see in one of those blue boxes an executive liaison, Acting Superintendent Drummond. That's what you talked about, right?
That's correct.
And comparing, we're not going to have time to look at the contents of this plan, but you've had the benefit of understanding this plan, comparing this to what was the 3.0. Can you summarize for us the main differences between those plans and which one was superior?
It's the level of detail that's involved in this plan that makes it different. This is a true plan, and it encompasses all of the boxes that you see in there. It's got plans, sub-plans from each of those categories, and this is the superior plan.
I expect that we will hear more evidence from members of the integrated group who did not consider the 3.0 an adequate plan, the kind of plan that would enable the proper allocation and deployment of resources. What's your perspective on that?
Yeah, I would agree, and I can understand from their perspective. They were sending resources. They were providing us with bodies, and they wanted to know what's the impact that we're looking to achieve. What is our goal? And I don't think 3.0 maybe necessarily laid that out as clearly as they needed to be able to invest the resources that we were asking for.
And what was stopping the OPS from developing this kind of plan earlier? It's had more than 2 weeks.
Yeah, these plans take a long time to draft up, and what we benefited from was an influx of members from people who are true planners. That's their one and only job, to come in and assist us and do this on a 24/7 basis. Our planners had been trying to, they came up with a plan and then they had to go and execute it as well. So staffing, I think some leadership and some subject matter experts. Chief Superintendent Carson Party is a guru as it pertains to these things and has done numerous protracted events and plans and demonstrations. And so those key players to be able to have around the table and tap into lessons learned that they've already had before was key and crucial, and we did not have that capacity before this time.
So looking back, having regard to all of that the citizens of Ottawa had to go through during those 3.5 weeks, what could the OPS, in your view, have done differently or better to have shortened that period to resolve the incident or protest earlier?
I think we had a period after that first weekend where I say we were orienting ourselves. I think we were floundering a little bit in terms of our staffing, in terms of our ability to really take stock of what was going on and then move forward and come up with a plan to get out of it. And I think we lost some time there. We lost some time with some of the, actions on that were being taken that were setting us back. We didn't have a pathway, a clear pathway that we were working off of, and there was a number of different views, obviously, on what we should be doing. So I think that set us back.
And finally, there may be a debate as to whether the plan should drive the number or the number should drive the plan. Do you know what I'm asking?
Yes, I do, and I believe it's common that the plan drives the numbers.
Why do you say that?
Well, because you are identifying what the outcomes that you want to achieve, and then you work back from that. How do we then build a team that's going to assist us in achieving that? And I think when you start with just a number, then there's no strategy involved in that. And this does really need to be laid out in saying that we need, 10 public order sections to achieve this goal. So how many is that? That's 50. But it's more about what is the outcome that we're looking, what are our goals and objectives, and how do we staff to that?
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. The first up in cross-examination is the OPP.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll set my clock here and try my best to stay within my allotted time. All right, good afternoon, Superintendent. My name is Christopher Diana. I'm counsel for the OPP. There's a few areas that I want to ask about just to get some more clarity to your evidence. And I want to start with kind of what was known before the convoy arrived in Ottawa. And I want to start by the basic proposition that Ottawa is very experienced at dealing with protests and large events. This is something that OPS deals with. We've heard some evidence about the frequency, but this is not an uncommon event, right?
It's not uncommon for us to manage protests. This was an uncommon event.
Right, sure, sorry. And sometimes the events are large, sometimes they're small,
Yes.
sometimes they're predictable. For example, Canada Day and other large events often kind of follow a certain pattern where you kind of know what to expect and you can plan accordingly, correct?
I would agree.
But regardless of the nature of the event, whether it's large or small, the gathering of intelligence is really important to planning the proper police response, correct?
Yes.
And we heard from Superintendent Morris yesterday that intelligence has certain limits. Would you agree with that?
I would.
I believe he said that when it comes to numbers, for example, you never know exactly how many vehicles or how many people are going to show up until the day of the process itself, correct?
That's true.
And that's just something that's inherent in intelligence. There are no guarantees.
That's true.
But that, of course, doesn't mean that you don't plan. You make do with the intelligence that you have available to you.
Yes.
And in good planning, the intelligence that you have should drive the way an event is planned, correct?
Yeah, I would say intelligence and information.
Yes, of course, there's a
Yeah.
difference, and I don't want to get into that.
No, okay.
At this point, I don't have enough time. So when the Ottawa Police Service heard about the convoy leaving Western Canada, I expected the OPS would have immediately started planning for how to deal with it. Is that fair?
I think that's fair.
And as a starting point, that requires collecting and reviewing information and intelligence to know how to respond.
Yes.
At that time, I believe you said you were not familiar with Project Hendon.
I was not, no.
Of course, in fairness, you were not in the Intelligence Bureau at the time, correct?
No.
I believe it was the Chief Bell who was a deputy, who was involved in intelligence at the time,
Yes, he was.
and he was head of the Bureau.
So he was the deputy in charge of it, but there was a superintendent who was in that position.
Right, and I don't know if you heard Superintendent Morris's evidence from yesterday, but he gave a number of names of various individuals within Ottawa Police Service who would have received copies of the Hendon reports, including, for example, Superintendent Patterson, Chief Slowly, and was it Inspector Bryden, and others, correct?
That sounds right.
Now, I believe you indicated that you didn't, even though you received a copy, I believe on the 27th or 20th of January, you didn't actually become aware of the Hendon, Project Hendon until somewhere February 4th to 6th. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes, to the best of my recollection.
And I take it that when Hendon crossed your desk in late January, since intelligence was not particularly your area, you probably felt that others would kind of deal with that?
Yeah, I think in my position as a strategic, kind of advisor in this role, I was not reading those reports per se.
What I am interested in, though, of course, intelligence being as important as it is for planning, were there any meetings of senior command to discuss the state of intelligence before the Freedom Convoy hit Ottawa?
I believe it had been mentioned in some of our meetings in terms of what Deputy Bell was doing with his team, that they were chasing down as much of the information and intelligence as they could. But beyond, as a senior command, did we sit down and talk about it? I don't recall that.
Okay, so in those meetings, then, it would be Deputy Bell that would have been responsible at the time for kind of bringing forward that information?
Yes.
And no one at the time said anything about the Hendon reports during those pre-arrival meetings?
I don't remember.
Were you aware during this period of time that as early as January 20th, that OPP intelligence had indicated that there was no exit strategy for many of the protesters?
I am now. I was not then.
And would you consider that, as the strategic commander, would you have considered that important to know?
I believe it would have formed part of how we evaluated our plan, for sure.
And did you know about the OPP's intelligence on fundraising that was brought forward in the Hendon reports?
I knew about some fundraising, and I don't know where that was sourced from, but I do recall Inspector Lucas keeping me up to date, saying this money has grown exponentially in the day or two before they arrived.
All right, and of course that's important to know because it speaks to the potential support of the convoy, correct?
Yeah, I don't know that you can necessarily draw the conclusion that it means they're going to stay longer. I don't know what that money was laid out to do. It might have been to be funding other initiatives. So one could, make an assumption out of that, but it may not be accurate.
All right. Did you know that the OPP intelligence was reporting that many of the protesters will not leave until their demands were met?
I know that now, but I don't believe I knew that then.
And again, that would have been important for you to know as a strategic commander because it speaks to their intent.
Yep.
Did anyone at these meetings speak about heavy equipment being brought in?
This is difficult. I'm not sure when I was aware of that information. I do know at some point in time, there were reports on the convoys, and whether that was shared through us through PLT team or through reports, I don't know how I came to know that or when I came to know that.
And of course, that obviously would be important to know.
Yeah, I would say that you've...
Now, since then, have you had a chance to go back and look at any of the Hendon reports?
Yes.
And would you agree that those reports provided important intelligence?
They provided a lot of information. Some was consistent with what we saw. Some was not consistent with what we saw. There were some statements that, said they would do this and they absolutely didn't. So, yeah, to answer your question, we have had a number of events here since, and I have since moved over from community policing to what former Deputy Bell was working on. So I'm very much alive to Hendon reports, and anytime they show up in my inbox, I read them right away now.
And of course, no intelligence is generally 100%, but
No.
as a planning tool, would you agree that those reports would have been useful to have been known, at least of the basics of those reports, as part of your planning process?
Yes, I think there was also, though, what we've found is a lot of misinformation, disinformation, huge volumes of information, and I think Hendon has done a great job of sifting through that as much as possible, but there's still a variety of information that is presented on those, and some has come to fruition in past events and some has not.
Right, and that's kind of the challenge, right, of intelligence gathering, is to take the information, put it through the lens, and then come out with a product to assist in the planning process.
Yes.
And that was the very purpose of Hendon, correct?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask about the plan. There was a plan in place to deal with this event before the convoy arrived, correct?
Yes, there was.
And it was a plan that was predicated on a weekend-long event?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that was based more on previous experience than it was on actual intelligence?
I don't know if that's fair to say, because I don't know what our intelligence folks had in the way of information and how much of that fed into the plan. I think, traditionally, 25 years of planning here with fairly similar types of protests, experience was definitely something that our team was likely relying on.
But do you think that might have been part of the challenge here, is that Ottawa Police Service was so used to dealing with certain kinds of protest that perhaps, but the template plan was dusted off, a few revisions were made and presented as being something that would be appropriate for this event?
I don't know that any service across the country would have anticipated what we saw arriving at our doorstep. So do we have plans, and do we use, some of the same ones and change dates and names and build upon them? Yes, we do. In this case, I don't know that that's exactly what happened.
No, but I guess the reason I'm asking is just because, asking whether there may have been complacency, and we're trying to understand what happened here and how to prevent these things. Are you concerned that maybe there was a failure to appreciate what may actually happen here, and there was just too much reliance on what was done in the past?
I think there was definitely a failure to appreciate.
If we can bring up OPP 3531, please. Actually, sorry, I think OPS 3531. Got one of the letters wrong. All right, so this is the operational plan, I believe, that you're aware of this document, correct?
Yes.
And would you have approved this document as a strategic commander?
No, I would have seen it, but not approved it.
Okay, can we turn to page 6, please? And scroll down where it says threat assessment. Do you see that, where it says threat assessment? I take it that's an area that would typically provide relevant intelligence to help guide the response?
Yes.
And would you agree that I'll put to you that there's no reference, obviously, to the Hennon reports in that assessment? Would you agree with that?
Not from the portion you're showing me. I don't know if it goes on.
Okay, we can scroll down to the end of that section, please. And I guess the point I'm trying to make through this is that that section on threat assessment does not reference concepts that were in the Hennon report, such as the fact that there was no exit plan, there was nothing about fundraising, nothing about the intentions of the protesters to stay until their goals had been met, nothing about heavy machinery. All of that was in the Hennon report. And I guess the point that I would put to you is that that was all important information that should have been in the threat assessment. Would you agree?
I would. I do note here that they say that they, investigate existing intelligence pieces and to liaise with its federal and provincial partners for any indicators of possible disruptions to the convoy. Should this change with new information, it will be updated accordingly and disseminated. So I gather they didn't have any additional information.
No. Would you agree then that with the proposition that this plan was not an intelligence-led plan? It was just more of a traffic plan based on experience than one that's truly led by intelligence?
Yes, I would agree with that.
I'd like to ask about the integrated planning team that came to Ottawa. You've said some positive things, obviously, about Chief Party and others involved in the plan. My take, I believe they arrived on or about February 8th. Is that about your recollection?
Sounds right, yeah.
And I believe your evidence was that you fully supported the concept of an integrated planning team.
Yes.
You were aware, of course, that Toronto Police was involved, York, Peel, you had subject matter experts from a number of police services.
Yes.
And would you agree that this was not the B team, right?
No.
I mean, these were highly regarded incident commanders, excellent planners, POU experts, and people that were top in their field, correct?
Correct.
And they were all coming to Ottawa to help the OPS kind of resolve the situation, correct?
And I was very grateful for them, yes.
But is it fair to say that your enthusiasm or your support wasn't shared entirely by all members of OPS Senior Command?
That's fair.
And is it also fair to say that lack of initial buy-in caused some delay in the ultimate agreement on the plan and the execution?
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
And it's problematic in the sense that the planning team was brought there to assist OPS, correct?
Yes.
With the Ottawa Police Service was a police service of jurisdiction, so unless and until OPS agreed with it, there was really nothing that the team could do, correct?
That's right.
A few questions about PLT. Again, you said some very favorable things about the provincial liaison team. In the Ottawa, it works different, I believe, in the Ontario Provincial Police than it does in the OPS. It's obviously OPP is a much larger police service. My understanding is that in the Ottawa Police Service, PLT members are all part-time. Is that correct?
That's right. They were, I think, at this point.
So in other words, I guess just so others can understand, like being a PLT member is not their full-time job, that as the need may arise, then they can go and they can do PLT duties if asked.
They would be freed up for that, yeah.
And so that the implication of that is that PLT is only engaged if commanders feel that their involvement would be helpful or necessary?
I would say that depends on the incident commander. I think the current cadre we have and had at that time were very aware of what PLT was capable of and engaged with using them.
Yeah, and that was actually, I mean, you were able to know what my next question was, but in that, because it very much depends on the incident commander as to their own personal view of the effectiveness of that style of policing or their own knowledge about how PLT works, correct?
Indeed, yes.
And when you consider that a bit of a problem in terms of lack of consistency in approach?
I would.
And is it fair to say that in January 2022, there were very few in OPS senior command or at higher command levels that really understood the potential value of PLT?
Yes, I would agree.
Or that understood the national framework put out by the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police?
Definitely.
And I believe in your evidence in chief, you said PLT is an amazing tool, and I expect that that's kind of the attitude you bring towards the use of PLT.
Yes, it is.
But would you agree that in reflecting upon lessons learned here, that PLT was misused by OPS in this dispute?
I would agree.
And finally, on the point of jurisdiction, once the convoy arrived in Ottawa, you would agree to the obvious proposition, but it's worth repeating, that Ottawa Police Service was the police service of jurisdiction, correct?
Yes, we were.
Which meant that at that point, it was no longer the OPP's responsibility, jurisdictionally.
Yes, yeah, it was ours.
And in fact, it would have been improper for the OPP to try to step in and kind of take over policing, correct?
Agreed.
That there's no legal mechanism for the OPP to take over unless certain scenarios are met, correct?
That's right.
That the Police Services Act sets out very specific circumstances where the OPP may take over command of a certain incident or area.
Yes.
And one of those would be if a formal request would be made from the OPS chief to the OPP commissioner, correct?
I think that's how it works, yes.
Although no such request was made in this case, correct?
I would have been surprised if it was. I don't know, though, for sure.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't know if it was made or not.
No, but did you say you'd be surprised?
I would have been surprised if the request was made,
Why would you have been surprised?
because I don't think that that's what former Chief Slowly wanted.
Why?
I think you'd have to ask him. It was clear to me that he was pushing back on that.
Oh, I'm asking you though, because you've had a lot of dealings with Chief Slowly. So why, in your opinion and in your experience, do you believe Chief Slowly would have refused to consider or would not have entertained the possibility of asking for formal assistance in that way?
I don't believe he wanted to give up control. I think he felt that he was the chief in the police jurisdiction, and he wanted that to be maintained.
When it came to providing assistance, would you agree that the OPP did everything it was asked to do by the Ottawa Police Service?
Yes, they did.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your evidence.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is former Chief Slowly's counsel, and it looks like it'll be like yesterday. You'll be split in two, if that's agreeable. You'll do 10 minutes before lunch, and then can finish after lunch.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson,
You
were...
just introduce yourself,
I
please, for the
apologize.
record.
Yes, Rebecca Jones for former Chief Slowly.
Thank you.
Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, you were the MIC for the Freedom Convoy, right?
That's right.
And as MIC, you had overall responsibility for the OPS's planning and response to the protests.
Yes.
And your testimony is that you weren't reading the Hendon reports, though you knew that they existed, right?
As of the 28th of January, when I think I was forwarded one.
Right, okay. And your role, though you were the MIC with the overall responsibility, you were working with Deputy Chief Bell, who had overall responsibility for intelligence, right?
Yes, yep.
And I take it you were relying on the intelligence team to provide you with the information you needed from the intelligence report to input into your plans.
I think my team was, yes. I wasn't writing the plans, but yes.
You yourself weren't writing the plans?
No.
Okay. And you weren't writing the plans directly, and you weren't reading the intelligence reports directly. You were at a higher strategic level.
That's right.
Okay. And similarly, there would be no expectation that the chief of police would be pouring through the Hendon reports and trying to reconcile the different pieces of intelligence, right?
No, I don't think that would be realistic.
Okay. And the chief of police would be at an even higher level, relying on his team for operations and intelligence.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that you noted was that you did not believe that the initial plan, the January 29th plan, was intelligence-led. And I just want to suggest to you that Chief Slowly's expectation for his command had been from when he entered as chief, that all operational plans were to be intelligence-led.
Yes.
Now, for this initial January 29th plan, I take it that Chief Slowly's involvement in the process is as you would have expected.
Yes. Okay.
So he did not direct the planning unduly?
Not at this point, no.
Didn't interfere?
Nope.
And in fact, Chief Slowly did not even see the plan or a draft of the plan until the morning of January 28th when it was provided to him for the first time, right?
That's possible, yeah.
Okay. And he said, looks fine to him, and the team proceeded with that plan.
That's right.
And he would have been looking when looking at that plan, he would have been considering the intelligence and operational details that had been provided to him by his senior command team.
I think that's fair, yes.
Now, if we pivot forward a few days to Sunday night, January 30th. At that point, your evidence is that it became clear to the OPS that the people were not going to leave.
Yep.
And that there needed to be a pivot in the plan.
Yes, a pivot in our response anyway. But
Pivot
yes.
in your response. Okay, fair enough. And you, as the MIC, were responsible in that pivot, right?
Yes.
And that required evolution, significant evolution of the January 29th plan.
Yes.
Because the January 29th plan had been based on, a big, boisterous, traffic impeding protest, but not an occupation.
That's right.
And as of January 30th, I take it that you agreed with the assessment that the OPS was now facing an occupation.
Yes.
Now, you were taken to notes from February 3rd, and we can perhaps put them up, OPS 14484, page 3, please. And for everyone's benefit, these are February 3rd notes of Chief Slowly. And he's referring to a meeting with you and Deputy Chief Bell, correct?
Correct.
And he refers in the first line to, I've advised that we've had 2 days since the POU meeting on Tuesday. So that was a meeting that took place on February 1st, right?
Yes, that's right.
And Chief Slowly had made very clear in that meeting exactly what you said. There needed to be a pivot, and the plan had to be significantly evolved to deal with the situation.
Yes.
Okay. And at the point of this meeting now, 2 days later and 4 days after the determination that this was in fact an occupation that required a new plan, he had not seen a new, and I shouldn't say a new plan. I'll go back to what we have spoken about, an evolution of the plan. He had not seen an evolved version of this plan, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But
And-
what he was looking for here was specifically a public order unit plan, not the wider plan.
Okay, and that would be part of the evolved plan, right? There would be a
Yes.
public order component of the plan to try to figure out how we're going to resolve the situation with the people that were occupying the city.
There would be a public order plan, there would be a PLT plan, there would be a traffic plan, there would be an investigations plan. All of those things form the plan, but he was fixated solely on this one.
Well, the word fixated is a
Sorry.
bit loaded. So he was interested in a public order unit plan.
Yes, in fact,
And-
met with them in person.
And met with him in person. But to be fair to your former chief, he also expected that there would be a traffic plan and a PLT plan, and all of those other plans were evolving at the same time.
Yes, he just didn't meet with any of those other groups. I think he might have met with the PLT when there was some discord that he'd heard about and that they were unhappy. But this was the only group that he met with.
I take it you're not being critical of him for not meeting with the other groups?
No, not at all.
Okay,
Not at
because it's a bit hard to be Chief Slowly sometimes, I think, in terms of criticized for being too involved versus criticized for not being involved enough,
For
right?
sure, yes. I
Okay.
understand that.
So here on this day, you were taken to this document, but you weren't taken to the very end of the document. If you can scroll down a little bit more, keep going. Sorry, go up a little bit. End of this paragraph. The paragraph at the top of the page, I directed once again Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson to ensure that Sergeant Stoll, and he was Staff Sergeant Stoll, I apologize, and he was involved in the POU component of the plan, correct?
He was, yeah.
Okay. That he got the resources he needed to make the assessments / final recommendation,
Yes.
right? Okay. So Staff Sergeant Stoll, the chief wanted to make sure he had the resources he needed to make the inputs into this plan.
Yes.
Okay. And now if we can go, please, to OPS 7355. And we looked at these notes earlier today, February 5th. These are notes of Chief Slowly about, actually, if you scroll up a little bit, okay. So it's actually an email from former Chief Slowly to you, copied to many people on the team. And this is the document, if you scroll down, where Chief Slowly sets out some general priorities for planning purposes, correct?
He's directing the plan, but yes, that's what he set out here, are his priorities for that.
Okay, and you felt that this was directing the plan?
Yes.
Okay, and your suggestion is that that was somehow too directive?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to return to that. But when we look at these priorities, I'm going to suggest to you they're pretty high level. Surge, contain, and enforce. Demonstration, fully implement plan.
Yeah.
Shut down secure enablers for unlawful and unsafe protests.
Fuel, fun, those are much more in the weeds.
Okay, but this isn't, you're not suggesting this is some sort of tactical level plan?
There are portions of it that certainly look tactical to me.
So
that he's wanting
you've
us
seen,
to interdict in the fuel specifically, and that was one of his things that he returned to on a number of occasions.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. The fuel in particular was an issue of a lot of public attention in Ottawa, right?
Yep.
Okay. So, and I'm almost out of time for lunch, so I'll just ask you to agree with me about this. If you step back and try to put yourself in Chief Slowly's shoes, we are now on February 5th. We are now 7 days after a determination had been made that the city was facing an occupation and that the plan needed to be evolved, and he hadn't seen an evolved plan, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when we talk about how involved you would expect a chief to be, or how involved how much autonomy you're supposed to be giving your team, this was an exceptional circumstance, right?
Yes, it was.
It was an exceptional circumstance, and he was trying to get his team to move forward with the evolved plan, right?
But without the resources to do so. That was the impediment to us at that point in time for those 7 days. That's exactly what we were struggling with.
I could not agree with you more, and we can return to that after the lunch break.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll take an hour for lunch and come back and continue this. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission levée pour 1 heure. Order allowed. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
I want to turn now, we will get to resources by the end of my cross-examination, but I'm going to turn first to the PLT, which is something we've heard a lot about this morning. The PLT is one of many important groups that within the law enforcement efforts that was working to resolve the issue of the convoy, right?
Yes.
And there were other very important groups such as intelligence, people that were doing enforcement at POU, all also had a role, correct?
Agreed.
And some people may favor a bigger role for the PLT and some people may favor a bigger role for enforcement, right?
Depending on the circumstance, yes.
Right. And reasonable people could disagree about how much emphasis to put on which law enforcement tool you have.
Yes, it's always a balance.
And is it fair to say that you and your partners with the OPP favored the more PLT type approach here?
I think that's fair.
Okay. And others, you felt, such as Chief Slowly and Superintendent Patterson, you felt they favored a more enforcement-based approach.
That was the impression I had, yes.
Okay. But I just want to return to one thing, which is that February 1st POU meeting. At that meeting, were you aware that Chief Slowly ensured that the PLT was there?
Yes.
Okay. So making sure that the PLT was integrated with the POU when talking about planning, right?
Yeah.
And that's a good idea.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. But this sort of tension existed between how much enforcement to do versus how much negotiation through the PLT to do.
Yeah.
And just as a slight aside to that, is it fair to say that the public frustration was focused in large part on what the public perceived to be a lack of enforcement?
Yes.
Okay.
That's fair.
And I'm not asking you to weigh in on whether or not you agree. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of complex considerations that were going into all police action at the time, right?
Yes, there were.
But you'll agree with me that public confidence in police is itself a crucial public safety issue.
Yes, I think that's fair.
Okay. This tension between the more PLT type approach or an approach that also incorporated enforcement really came to a head on February 10th, right? And you've talked about that?
Yep.
And that is the meeting where you and Superintendent Patterson had a dispute.
Yes.
And in that dispute, Superintendent Patterson suggested that you favored, and I'm not using the right words, but the overall gist of it was that you were favoring a PLT-driven strategy, in part because your husband was leading the PLT, right?
I don't think that's what his, and maybe I'll ask you to rephrase or to repeat it, if that's what I felt or if that's what he was saying.
And if I'm characterizing it incorrectly, please feel free to clarify. My understanding was that Superintendent Patterson made a suggestion that you were somehow favoring a more PLT-driven approach, in some way related to the fact that your husband was a team lead for the PLT.
I don't know that that's what he was insinuating, but I can tell you that that was not why I was favoring PLT. I favored PLT because I had seen it in action before. And my husband was actually not normally with PLT, but was a crisis negotiator, so placed in that position.
And I'm not, I just want to be very
Yeah, yeah.
clear. I'm in no way suggesting that that's what was happening.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
But just that there was a dispute about your husband's role in PLT and whether that had any influence on your favoring of a PLT strategy.
Yeah, I don't know that that's what he was trying to say, Superintendent Patterson. I don't want to put words into his mouth. I didn't take it to be that angle that you're suggesting, so I don't want to agree to that because I don't know that that's what he was
Okay,
insinuating.
so please feel free to clarify what you think he was suggesting about your favoring of a PLT strategy and its relationship to your spouse.
I think he was insinuating that I had communicated with my spouse about this particular operation, and that had undermined his ability to proceed with the operation.
I got it. Okay, fair enough. And you felt that this was an inappropriate suggestion?
Yes.
Okay. And it was very upsetting to you, I imagine?
Yeah, it was.
Okay. And you spoke to Chief Slowly, who supported you, right?
Yes.
Chief Slowly understood why you were upset?
Yes.
And Chief Slowly removed Superintendent Patterson from his position within the incident command?
After some discussion and my request, yeah.
Yes. And that's appropriate, right? To ask you what you want to do,
Yes.
right? And then he supported you.
Yes, he did.
Okay. And this is just a very small point, but my friend spent some time looking at the mission statement of the February 9th plan. Do you remember that?
Yes, yep.
And I just want to be clear for everyone, the upshot of that was that you wanted the role of the PLT or negotiation to be stated explicitly in the mission statement, and Chief Slowly said it's implicit in the mission statement.
Yeah, I wanted the word negotiation in
Right.
there, not necessarily mention of the PLT, but that we are doing this through negotiated methods.
Right. And Chief Slowly said, yeah, I think that's implicit. I don't think it needs to go in the mission statement.
That's right.
Okay.
Well, he said no first, sorry, pardon my interruption. He said no first, and then he said it's implied.
And then he said it's implied.
Yes.
Okay. One other point before we turn away from the PLT, which is you referred to the fact that you did not feel that senior command necessarily had great facility with the national framework for police preparedness, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And it's fair to say that you as well became familiar with that national framework during the Freedom Convoy?
I had seen it before when I spoke of the group that asked to have more members trained post there was a demonstration at Nicholas and Laurier, and they came back and provided me feedback, and they shared the framework with me at that point in time. I looked at it, supported what they were trying to do, and then put it, in the corner of my desk. So it was refreshed of its existence certainly during the convoy.
Okay, and I'm going to suggest that the language that you've used is you became familiar with the national framework during the convoy.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn now to the integrated planning group. You gave evidence that the integrated planning group support arrived on February 8th.
Yes.
And your evidence was that Chief Slowly was, I think you used the word suspicious of the group, and he was worried about politics, right? That's your
Yes.
evidence?
Yep.
Okay. And were you aware on February 8th of the motion that had been passed by City Council the day before on February 7th? Were you following the motions at City Council at this time?
I don't know which motion you're referring to specifically, so.
Fair enough. On February 7th, the motion was brought and passed by City Council to have the city ask the federal government to assume responsibility for public safety in the parliamentary precinct.
Yes, I'm aware of that one.
Okay. So you were aware at that point that something quite political was happening, right?
Oh, there was lots of politics.
Right, okay.
Yes.
And of course, that never happened because the motion was entirely without jurisdiction, right?
Yes.
Okay. But when, again, to be fair to Chief Slowly, when this integrated planning group arrives and you perceive him to be somehow resistant or suspicious or whatever words you're using, this is within 24 hours of a motion to have the RCMP take over policing in the parliamentary precinct, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And so it's fair to say that Chief Slowly was dealing with a lot, including at the political level at this time.
No doubt.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to ask you now about this issue between the February 9th and the February 13th versions of the plan. And I'm going to ask if we could put up email at OPP 1547, please, which is an email we looked at this morning. If we scroll down to the bottom, please. Okay. So you were asked about this email, and this is an email where Chief Slowly asks you to send him the latest version of the operations plan that I approved on February 9th, right?
Yes.
And when you were giving your evidence this morning, when first asked about this email and this operations plan, you explained that this operations plan that had been signed off on the 9th had then been taken by the integrated planning team, and they were refining it and adding to it and making changes to it, right?
Yeah, I think they were building it out.
They were building it out, okay. And I think your evidence just got a bit confused about the suggestion that there was confusion that there were two different plans, right? There weren't two different plans. There was a February 9th plan, and it evolved into the February 13th plan. Is that fair?
They're two very different plans in their final states. So to say what was happening at this stage in the game would be unfair. I think Superintendent Bernier could probably tell you that piece in greater detail.
Fair, but the commissioners shouldn't be left with the impression that there were two independent plans floating around and no one knew how to reconcile them, right? That wouldn't be fair.
Well, I think further up, I sent him the plan that he's talking about, and then the conversation carries on about this integrated plan that is being developed, waiting for signatories and that piece. So it would appear to me that there are two plans at this stage, but one may be the predecessor of the second.
Right, and the difficulty in this email that I'm going to put to you is that you had not been following the status, or I shouldn't say you weren't following, I'm sure you were following, but you had not seen the February 13th version, or at this point, yes, the February 13th version yet, right?
I had not.
So what you sent Chief Slowly back was the one that you had.
Was the one that he'd signed off on the 9th.
And that you had.
Yes.
Right, because you didn't have the February 13th one
I did
yet.
not.
Okay.
That's right.
So, and I'm going to just take you now, if I could, to OPS 10470. And if you scroll down, please. And this is, sorry, if you go up just a little bit, this is an email from Superintendent Liu, I believe it is, at the RCMP.
That's correct.
And Superintendent Liu refers to the fact that he is working on the plan, and in the second sentence, obviously this plan originated with your plan, which we examined, bolstered, and strengthened, right?
Yes.
And that was consistent with your understanding of what was happening?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn now to the relationship between the police service and the board and council. You attended several board and council meetings with Chief Slowly, both before and during the convoy, right?
I did.
And when questions came up about operations, often Chief Slowly would defer to you and you would provide an operational update.
Yes.
Okay. And it's fair to say that you and Chief Slowly did that work and updated the board together, right?
Yep.
And you were on the same page about what sort of information the board should have as to the status of operations.
Yes.
I only have another minute, so I'm going to be fast. I'm going to ask you now about resources. Ultimately, it took the additional 1,800 officers that the OPS determined it needed to clear out the occupation, right?
I think it actually took more than that, but yes.
Okay, it took more than that. And this was done without any serious injury or loss of life.
That's right.
And partly in doing this, the police used the powers given to the police by the Emergencies Act.
Yes, I think it assisted, I would say, grease the wheels of the plan that we had in place.
Yes, okay, fair. So it assisted you in executing the plan.
Yes.
Because you used powers such as threats of seizure of vehicles, right?
Yes.
Threats of seizures of bank accounts.
Yes.
It helped you get tow trucks.
Yes.
It allowed you to prevent assembly in the red zone.
Yes.
So that things, I think we can say, fairly resolved more quickly and more safely because of those additional powers.
Yeah, and Superintendent Bernier may have more details on this. I understand that we had secured some tow trucks, but I would say, you know, in terms of the plan that we had in place, it allowed us to move with further confidence than we would have had, say, without it. We may have seen more challenges later on in court, but we were going ahead with that plan anyway.
Perfect. And before the over 1,800 additional resources arrived, you'll agree with me that the OPS did not have sufficient resources to end the occupation.
Will absolutely agree with you.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up are the convoy organizers.
Good afternoon, Acting Deputy Chief, and as I've been saying, first, thank you for your service and thank you for your forthright testimony already here that you've given today. I just need to pull one very small thing before I begin. I'm just scrolling to it in my own disclosure.
If you could first introduce yourself and speak up a bit, please.
Yes, sorry, sir. Brendan Miller. I am counsel to Freedom Corp, which is an incorporated entity that represents the protesters that were in your city in January and February of 2022. So beginning first with the area that I want to chat with you about is the Hendon reports. You said in your evidence in chief that Acting Chief Bell's unit at the time, which I believe you said was intelligence,
That's right.
they were the ones that would receive the Hendon reports, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's fair to say that it would have been now Acting Chief Bell's responsibility to pass those reports on to the office of the chief and Chief Slowly. That's who would pass them on to him.
I think what he would be passing on is the products of what that unit worked on to share up. I don't think it was his job to pass it up to the chief, but the information would be assessed, analyzed, and then passed up the chain.
Now, we heard yesterday that Chief Slully had to get the Hendon reports from the OPP directly in January of 2022, and Superintendent Morris found that odd because the OPP had been providing those reports to OPS since Project Hendon started in early 2021. To your knowledge, were the Hendon reports not provided by now Acting Chief Bell or his department to Chief Slully?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Couldn't comment on that. My understanding is that the chief was receiving them as part of an all chiefs. Sometimes that's how the initial, there's two separate levels. So he might have been receiving it in that. That's generally one of the ways that that information is disseminated across the province. But whether Chief Bell was getting them and when he got them, I don't know. I couldn't speak to that.
And so it's fair to say that we'll have to just ask Chief Bell or Acting Chief Bell that. It's fair to say then that these Hendon reports, they went to someone likely in Chief Bell's unit, but not necessarily Chief Bell?
Yeah, that's fair.
And then that individual, whomever received them or group, would then put together their own product and then provide it to either Chief Bell, and then Chief Bell may or may not provide it to Chief Slully. Fair?
Fair.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get that clarified because it's an important point. I want to talk to you a little bit about, too, the media reports and some of the misinformation that was spoken about yesterday by Superintendent Morris. The media, through reporting at times and statements of elected officials, reported that the residents of Ottawa were experiencing unprecedented violence. Do you remember reading that?
I don't remember reading that, no.
All right. Can you agree with me that there was not an increase in violent crime or events of violent crime in the city of Ottawa during the protests before the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
I don't think I can agree with you on that. I do believe we saw an increase in violence. I don't have the exact measures or the stats, but I do know that we did see some increase in violence and acts of violence as a result of the protest in town.
Right, and so I understand that prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act, between January 27th and February 14th, there was a total of only 13 charges laid as against the protesters. Can you agree with me on that?
Can you repeat the dates, please? Sorry.
Between January 27th
Yeah.
and February 14th, the invocation.
So that charges were laid during that time. Charges may have been latent in terms of once the information was all gathered, then charges were laid after. And my understanding is there's somewhere upwards of 400 charges that were laid in relation to the convoy.
Right, and those charges, I understand, the great majority of them arose after February 14th with respect to the enforcement. It wasn't for things that happened during the time period prior to the invocation. Is that fair?
No, I think they were acts that took place during that time period when the convoy was in town, but that the information was only able to be solidified into a state where we were able to lay charges at that
Right.
point.
So would Acting Chief Bell be able to provide us an accurate number for this commission with respect to that question?
I'm sure he could if he knows the question now.
Okay, so, well, hopefully he's able to do that, because I believe that's an important point. Now, I take it that during the protests, of course, that the Ottawa Police Service, though they weren't at times enforcing bylaws or weren't enforcing provincial infractions, they were enforcing the criminal code in full force and effect, right?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think we were struggling to be able to do that.
You're struggling, but if a police officer saw an individual assaulting another, or there was a report of an individual to a police officer that they had been assaulted, that was investigated?
Yes.
Those individuals, after that investigation, if it was appropriate, charges were laid against them?
Yes, in many cases.
Now, did Chief Slully at any time advise you that he had been advised by RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki on January 31st, 2022, to not have the City of Ottawa get an injunction because it's an official movement to another stage, this will involve the whole country, and anything official will spark a national response? Did he tell you about that?
I was part of a conversation with Commissioner Lucki and Commissioner Karik, I believe, at the time. I don't remember those facts specifically, but I do remember Commissioner Lucki saying that it was a bit of a double-edged sword getting an injunction because, then you would need to be enforcing it. And if you don't have the resources right now to enforce all the criminal codes and other offenses that were being broken here, then to get an injunction sort of sets the expectation for the community that you were then going to be able to actually come down and enforce it. And we didn't have the resources there. So there was conversation for sure about it, but I don't know what her specifics, what you're saying, whether that was attributed to her or not.
Right. So I just want to go through again, you had mentioned in your evidence in chief and under examination from my friend's counsel for Mr. Slully, that there were certain provisions with the Emergencies Act order, the order in council that assisted removing the protesters. I want to deal with each. So first is the threat or the freezing of bank accounts, all right? So I'd like you to turn your mind to that. How many individuals whose bank accounts were frozen, to your knowledge, immediately exited the downtown of Ottawa?
I don't know.
All right. Do you have any information that these individuals who had their bank accounts frozen couldn't leave because they couldn't pay to get out of Ottawa?
I had heard anecdotally through the media some of those stories, but I'm not aware of any specifics.
Okay. So with respect to that, can you agree with me that it was only about 58 or 59 individuals who had their bank accounts frozen?
I can't actually agree because I don't know those figures. I'm sorry.
Okay. And dealing with some of the other enforcement provisions, of course, you can agree that the Emergencies Act order did not order an increase in officers for you to remove the protesters.
No, what it did do was there were some legislative things that it was able to, we were able to get our CMP members here without swearing them all in, which was a bit of an administrative hurdle for us. We were, struggling with that throughout the convoy. With the Emergencies Act, they were able to come and just be police officers here without that step.
Okay. And so that is one of the things that sped it up. But can you agree with me that if there was an order, once you got the resources in place, if there was an injunction in place that had the terms of removal inside of it, that these police officers could have done the same thing, couldn't they?
Yes, they could have. I think we had most officers across Canada here.
Right. So I just want to touch on, and we've talked a little bit about misinformation. And, the evidence from Superintendent Morris yesterday was very interesting. He talked about misinformation in detail and misinformation in the media, and it was very enlightening. And of course, there's still some misinformation going around, and even we have misinformation. We don't know what's true and what's not. So I'm going to ask you some questions here. I don't know what the answer to this is going to be, but it may or may not be misinformation. Did you tell any of your friends and colleagues within OPS that at some time prior to you giving testimony here today, that you were approached by someone who wanted you to give certain evidence that was not true?
No.
Thank you. Now, I take it that you prepared in advance for giving your evidence in this proceeding, in the sense as a police officer would before they testify in a trial or any proceeding.
Yes, I did.
Right. And unlike regular court proceedings, this proceeding is unique, and there's no exclusion of witnesses' orders, and in fact, the proceeding plays out online and live on TV. I take it you're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Did you have the opportunity and privilege to listen to the evidence of Superintendent Morris before testifying today?
His was the one I missed because I was intensely prepping for today, so.
All right. Well, I'm not going to ask you about his evidence then and ask you to confirm it if you haven't heard it. But can you agree with me that Superintendent Morris is the most senior intelligence officer within the provincial government in the entire province of Ontario?
I don't actually know that. I believe that, but I don't know that that's 100%.
And you know he works hand in hand with the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, the Communications Security Establishment, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And if anyone in the province, within the provincial and even municipal apparatus, knows anything about threats to the security of Canada, it would be him, wouldn't it?
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I think that's speculative, but he's a very learned colleague in this regard, for sure.
Yes. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to now call on the City of Ottawa.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Anne Tardif. I'm one of the lawyers for the City of Ottawa. You were asked this morning, Acting Deputy Chief, why the Ottawa Police Service did not proactively lock down Wellington and the downtown core before the first trucks arrived. Do you recall being asked that question?
Yes.
In fact, I think you were asked it several times, in fairness to you. Are you familiar with the farmers' protest that I believe occurred in or around 2006?
Peripherally, yes.
Okay, and you're aware that certain large farm vehicles like tractors came up and protested on Wellington in front of Parliament Hill?
I am aware of that, yep.
And my understanding is they came and they left without incident. Is that in accordance with your understanding as well?
Yes, it is.
And I expect that we will hear evidence that Chief Raymer, and am I pronouncing that right? I am,
think
thank
so.
you. Chief Raymer of the Toronto Police Service, that he's indicated that using Ottawa, they locked down the city of Toronto, and that had Ottawa not happened, Toronto Police Service tactics would not have been accepted. And this was in relation to TPS's decision to lock down the area around Queen's Park after the convoy had arrived in Ottawa. Are you aware that Chief Raymer has said that?
I am, yes.
And in fairness to you, and the service, I should say, since the events of the Freedom Convoy, my understanding is that the police, working collaboratively with the City of Ottawa, have in fact locked down the area of Wellington, exercised their authorities to close streets to prevent the event from recurring. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I'm
yes.
thinking, for example, of Rolling Thunder.
Yes,
Okay.
yep.
And I think there was also a veterans event around Canada Day. You're familiar with those?
I am, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, I take it you're also aware that during the Freedom Convoy, community members in Ottawa were being harassed by protesters in areas such as Kent Street, for example.
Yes, those are reports we received.
Okay. And for those who aren't quite familiar with the geography of Ottawa, fair to say that Kent Street is on the periphery of what later became known as the Red Zone.
Yes.
And I also understand that while the city and OPS were generally successful in maintaining emergency lanes open and clear, there were some issues in that respect. Is that fair?
There were, I think probably after the first weekend, we struggled with that, keeping them open.
My understanding is that Kent Street never had an emergency lane open,
No, it didn't.
and that Wellington Street, the intended emergency lane, was in fact lost during that first weekend.
Yes, it was.
Obviously, that represents a public safety concern. You'd agree with that, Acting
Absolutely.
Deputy Chief?
Yes.
So I just want to get the overall timeline. Perhaps you can help me here. I think I've got it now. Let's start with the first weekend. So the first truck rolled in on January 28th, which was a Friday.
Yeah.
And that first weekend, January 28th to Sunday, January 30th, OPS's plan, the police service's plan, focused primarily on traffic management. Is that fair?
I think that's fair, yeah.
And you've described how on Monday, January 31st, when a number of the trucks did not in fact leave, the service pivoted and considered it now, the event that is, to be a critical incident.
Yes, and an occupation.
An occupation. In other words, not merely a traffic event.
Right.
And you've described this morning how by February 4th, that's the Friday of that first week, OPS still did not have a new or evolved plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I think I heard you say this morning that during that first week, there were times, in fact, when the service was floundering. That's the word you used. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
And by February 6th, that's the date that former Chief Slowly, asked for 1,800 additional resources or officers. Is that correct?
I know he made the ask. I'm not sure of the date. So if you're saying the 6th, then
Does that sound about right?
it does, yes.
I think that's the evidence the commission has heard to date.
Okay.
And I think I heard you say earlier that, in fact, you believe more resources than that were effectively needed to end this convoy occupation. Is that correct?
I believe in the end it was somewhere near 2,200.
Okay. That same day, February 6th, the events that you described at Coventry took place.
Yes.
POU, that's the Public Order Unit, they conducted some enforcement there
Yes.
that resulted in arrests.
Yes.
And they did so without, as I understand it, advising the police liaison team.
That's right, yeah.
Came as a surprise to police liaison team members.
Yes.
And that team, I think you said, felt betrayed.
Yes.
And the result, of course, was a breakdown in the trust between the police liaison team and the protesters. to a certain extent at
Yes,
least.
I
Yeah.
think there was that impact.
You do think there was
I
that
do
impact?
think that was, yeah.
And again, for those of us who are still learning about police operations and don't have the experience you do, as I understand it, the police liaison team is the group that is primarily responsible for communicating and negotiating with protesters.
Yes, they are.
So the breakdown in trust would be a significant event.
I would categorize it as that, yes.
Okay, thank you. And moving ahead to February 8th, we're now 11 days into the convoy.
Yes.
We still don't have the almost 1,800 resources that former Chief Slowly has requested
No.
and that turned out to be necessary. You'll agree with that?
Yes.
We still don't have, if I've understood you correctly, a final operational plan,
No.
at least not one that's been approved.
We're working on it.
Yeah. Or which?
We're working on it.
You're working on it. Fair enough. And I think you'd agree with me that by this time, the force is probably exhausted,
Yes.
mentally and physically.
Yes.
And you'll agree with me that Ottawa residents, particularly those living on the periphery of the Rensode, those facing harassment, noise pollution, so on and so forth, they're also frustrated
Yes.
and they're also exhausted.
Yes.
And it's not an understatement in the least to say that things were dire by that point.
I don't think that's an understatement.
You're aware that on February 8th, the Ottawa Police Service reached out to the city manager, whom everyone in this town calls Steve Kay,
Yes.
to ask him to meet with protesters.
Yes.
And they felt, your service felt, it would be a win for PLT to gain trust with the truckers.
I think we were looking for a win in terms of movement of the trucks. I don't know if we were positioning it as a win for PLT per se.
Oh, sorry. I guess what I meant was it's a win in terms of reestablishing trust with the truckers, between authorities and the truckers, so that you can get to a negotiated solution.
That's fair.
Right. I think you said earlier that, that was the goal. You, in fact, had wanted to see that in the mission statement, that a peaceful negotiation was the best outcome overall.
Yes.
Steve Kay agreed to work with police and PLT and to meet with the protest leaders. And then I understood that you were off on February 11th and 12th. Did I get that?
That's right.
So I won't ask you about the events of those days, and we'll jump ahead to February 13th. I understand that Steve Kay briefed police about the negotiations on February 13th. Is that right?
Yes, he did.
And he told you that we needed the police at the table to confirm where the protesters should park, what locations.
Yeah, for logistics.
Sorry, which?
For the
For logistics,
of
yeah.
it, yeah.
That's probably a better word. And so he wanted the police, because the police is who's going to need to execute this on the ground. Fair?
Yes, fair.
And he wanted a senior OPS member involved at that stage.
Yes.
And as I understand it, former Chief Slowly assigned Superintendent Drummond to that task.
That's correct.
And that meeting occurred on the evening of February 13th
I believe so.
with Superintendent Drummond at the table.
Yes.
And I know we'll be hearing from him next week, so I'll pick it up with him there. Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. If I could now call on the Ottawa Coalition.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Ferguson.
Good afternoon.
My name's Paul Champ. I'm the lawyer for the Ottawa Coalition for Residents and Businesses, and want to thank you very much for coming today to answer some of our questions. Want to start, Deputy Chief Ferguson, asking you about the decision to allow the heavy trucks to come downtown right at the outset. Now, we've heard previous evidence from the city manager, Mr. Kanellakos, and the mayor and Chair Deans that the police were telling them that it was the opinion of the Ottawa Police Service that you could not prevent the heavy trucks from going downtown because of the charter rights of those truckers. Was that your understanding of what the Ottawa Police were telling the City of Ottawa officials?
Yes.
And was that a legal opinion that the Ottawa Police obtained?
I don't remember if we obtained a legal opinion on that. I believe this was based on decades of of past, experience in managing events, and that we have allowed it in the past, and we're going to again in this case.
Notwithstanding the dramatically larger scale and the larger number of like heavy trucks.
Yeah, I think we have had trucks and, as previously alluded to, tractors in that area of the downtown. It's obviously the sought-after spot where people come to protest.
And this idea of vehicle protests or vehicles associated with protests, you've told us the Ottawa Police Service has had some experience with that before. Has the Ottawa Police is sought input or guidance or expertise from other police services about how they manage large vehicle protests?
Not to my knowledge. No, that's possible. I know there is a whole network of officers who go to conferences on public order things, and I have been to one of those, so there may be a network, and that might have happened already.
There might be police services reaching out to OPS now after this event,
yes,
I'm sure. Yeah. Deputy Chief, on January 26th, we know that you gave an interview to Global News, is that right? Do you recall that?
That's possible, yes.
And you made a comment to the media at that time, or Global News, that you expected the convoy protests could go on for a prolonged period. Do you recall making a comment like that?
I do.
And by that, I understand you're later suggesting that by prolonged period, you just meant like the long weekend.
Yes.
But isn't it true, Deputy Chief, that by that time, there were, in fact, all kinds of, I would suggest, glaring indicators that these protesters were coming here for a very prolonged period. Isn't that fair?
So there were indicators. Was I aware of them at that time on the 26th when I made that statement? I don't believe I was. But prolonged, in my experience, being police officer in the capital for 27 years, prolonged was a weekend for a protest.
But this one was different, Deputy Chief. You had a very, very large number of trucks that were coming from a long distance, right, from Western Canada, correct?
Yes, and we'd had a similar one, I believe, in 2019.
Yeah, some of the same folks involved,
Yes,
I think.
yes.
We might hear about that later in these hearings, but nowhere near the numbers, correct?
Well, the numbers were something that was fluctuating as they traveled across the country. And even right up until the 3 days prior to them arriving in Ottawa, my understanding is the Hendon reports had 3 different numbers. Somewhere in the high 400s, then 5.5, and then ultimately 1,300, I think was the last number that we had prior to them arriving here.
This one was also different, I would suggest, Deputy Chief, because it was known and very publicly known that they had in fact raised an enormous amount of money to support this journey and perhaps more given the amount of money raised. That made it different, did it not?
It did, without knowing what that money was going to be used for, whether it was going to support truckers who could no longer work because they couldn't cross the border, or whether we could speculate as to what that was for. We didn't automatically attribute it to being to support the people who arrived in Ottawa.
Well, you knew from the GoFundMe page, it said for raising money for fuel and lodging and food for the protesters in Ottawa. You were aware of that?
I didn't know that, no.
Okay, that might have been the intelligence folks, might not have shared that with you. And also that the protesters had no exit strategy. You weren't aware of that at the beginning.
No, not at the beginning, and to be fair, I think there were comments saying that they were planning on leaving after the weekend, and then other ones that said the 4th, I think, was given as a date, and then there was also information that there was no exit strategy for some of them, were planning to stay.
But you would agree with me, Deputy Chief, there were some indicators that they were prepared to come here for a number of weeks, perhaps.
I would agree, yeah.
And at the time of the first weekend, at least at that time, unfortunately, the Ottawa Police Service did not have a contingency plan about how to manage that for several weeks if we had a few hundred trucks parked in downtown Ottawa.
Yeah, we did not.
Yeah, we were crossing our fingers and hoping for the best at that point. And I know there's a lot of armchair quarterbacks at this stage, Deputy Chief, but it was a bit of a traumatic event for a lot of folks downtown. Now, at one point, Chief Slowly said this is no longer a protest, it's an occupation, and you've told us today that the protesters had begun to entrench themselves. And you'd mentioned they had set up tents. But they also were started creating wooden structures, correct?
Yes.
A number of them at different locations.
Yes.
There were kitchens that were set up,
Yes.
outdoor kitchens. We know they had different fires at different locations to keep them warm, multiple locations.
I heard that, yes.
They had supply chains of fuel and food from the staging area at Coventry to bring food and fuel regularly downtown, correct?
That's my understanding, yep.
Well, the Ottawa Police was monitoring, I gather, those supply chains.
Yes.
And you're also aware that the convoy protesters had very strong logistics and experienced people managing those logistics. You're aware that they had retired military and police managing those logistics?
Yes.
So over time, it became quite clear the Ottawa Police Service was a serious problem, that they could well be here for a very long time.
Yes.
And on the impact of downtown, there was, is it fair to say, Deputy Chief, a fair amount of lawlessness in downtown Ottawa at that time?
Yes.
Aside from just the bylaws, the parking, the idling, open fires everywhere at almost every intersection and so forth, correct?
Yes.
Fireworks were shooting off, binging off buildings and so forth.
I've heard that, yes.
Large numbers of propane tanks and jerry cans were around downtown.
Yes.
People were ignoring public health regulations on masks.
Yes.
And we heard some questions around other more serious crimes about assaults. There were reports of assaults during the course of the protest?
There were.
Now, those would have been, I gather, Deputy Chief, difficult crimes to investigate because they weren't in situations where the victim and the perpetrator don't know each other and it's at a random place in a street. I gather that's very challenging for police to investigate.
Yeah, sometimes to identify the subject or the accused and the subject in the event. Yeah.
Right. And in many cases, isn't it fair to say, Deputy Chief, that for Ottawa citizens or residents who were calling in saying they were assaulted and making those reports, the police unfortunately couldn't do much more than just take down the information, correct?
That's fair.
And that's really what happened with the vast majority of those cases.
I don't know if it's the vast majority, but I would suspect there's a large number that is in fact the case.
And there was also a large number of people reporting threats, being threatened by the protesters, correct?
Yes.
And in many cases, when there wasn't actually assault, the police weren't even necessarily taking police reports on those because there were so many. Is that right?
I don't know that we weren't taking them. Not everybody was calling us, and we were, by the second weekend, we were imploring people, and in the press conference that was done, to please call us. We would like to know about this. I know we had an influx of calls around the protest time, but not all of them were reporting. Some of them were threatening our staff. Some of them were espousing their views on the convoy, positive or negative. So our lines were pretty jammed, and it might have been difficult for some people to actually make those reports.
Right. Yeah, this protest was kind of affecting Ottawa on many levels. Our public officials were receiving serious threats as well, correct?
Correct.
And those are things that Ottawa Police Resources had to deal with?
Yes, as much as we could.
As much as we could. We also, obviously, we had the deluge of fake 911 calls and bomb threats to our hospitals. Those things happened?
Yes.
Making it difficult on our Ottawa's police resources?
Yes.
And Deputy Chief, as well, the police officers, you've already told us how exhausted they were working around the clock. Some of them were also reporting they were having concerns with the sound and the diesel fumes, correct?
Yes, we actually engaged our police association and got some tools that were measuring the noise that our officers were being exposed to, along with air quality things. So some of the officers were wearing them on their uniforms so that we could assess just what sort of impact it was having on their health.
Because many of them were complaining as it went along about how loud it was and so forth.
Yes, yes.
Now, just the final area, Deputy Chief, about the Ottawa Police and what was happening with the Ottawa Police at that time. Now, this significant event, it occurred at a very difficult time for the Ottawa Police Service as an organization. Is that fair to say?
Very fair.
And you've indicated that there was a lot of retirements and resignations at the senior levels at that time.
Yes.
We had a deputy chief who had been suspended for a prolonged period of time.
Yes.
The deputy chief position that you were occupying, that was Deputy Chief Jaswell's spot.
Yes, it was.
And for the previous 2.5 years, there were rotating people through that spot, a number of different officers, inspectors, McKenna, Ford, Burnett, I think Rayom, Dunlop, Drummond, all of you occupied that position for some period of time.
McKenna, Ford rotated back and forth over several months at a time for a period of, I think, probably about 18 months. And then, yes, Superintendent Dunlop was there. I think he was those were the only three.
And other senior officers had resigned or retired at that time, so you'd lost some of the normal robustness that this Ottawa
Corporate
Police
knowledge and subject matter experts, yes.
Right. And there was also the issue, was it not, Deputy Chief, that there were there was a lot of people within the Ottawa Police Service who disliked the chief and were not very happy with the chief's leadership. Is that fair to say?
There was definitely some dissension, and I don't know what all the reasons for leaving were, but it was a time where I would say we were pretty divided, exhausted, and I don't know, there was, as I said, a number of people who left, but they were able to, because they had their years in, and it was a good time with pandemic restrictions lifting. I think a lot of them went on to do, whether it was travel or do other things, so.
Right. Well, we know in the midst of this, Deputy Chief, though, of this convoy, not only did Chief Soley end up resigning, but prior to that, there was a CBC story that was coming out critical of his leadership that apparently came from those within the Ottawa Police Service. You recall that?
I do. I think it was convoy related, though. Like it was from incidents that occurred during the convoy and prior.
But do you think that those who leaked that information, they were trying to undermine Chief Soley or wanted to see him fail?
I don't know what their motives were, but I think it had that impact.
Okay. And just the last thing here, Deputy Chief. Now, you've testified, you've given us evidence that you yourself had some concerns with the decision-making and actions of Chief Soley at times.
Yes, I did.
And your concerns about that grew over time as the convoy progressed?
Yes, I think that's fair.
And you were aware that and we're going to hear evidence of this, that the OPP and others from the other police services also had some concerns in that regard?
Yes.
And now, did you discuss these concerns with Deputy Chief Bell at any time? Like, as the two, executive command under the chief, did the two of you discuss these concerns that were being raised and your own observations about Chief Soley?
I remember Deputy Chief Bell saying, make sure that you keep the chief informed. That's going to be, the best way to make sure that he is, satisfied with what is going on. So make sure that communication goes to him as often as possible. And that was more of a sort of, you've stepped into the deputy role, here's what's expected. I don't know that we had much conversation about the chief per se. I mean, we were both up to our necks in operations and things, so.
So it never got to the level of concern that the two of you were expressing concerns to each other about your confidence in the chief's decision-making abilities at that time?
No, I don't think so.
And if you had, what would you have done? Was that something that you and Deputy Chief Bell could have perhaps raised with the Police Services Board, perhaps?
Yeah, I guess if that's where we were, if we'd had that conversation, them or OCPC, I think would be.
Ontario Civilian Police Commission?
Yes, yeah.
And just finally, on the integrated command, once the integrated command occurred, that's when the resources really began to flow, correct?
Yes.
So it seemed that there were some concerns by other police services that they didn't want to provide significant resources when it was under exclusively the command of the Ottawa Police Service?
I'm not sure what their reluctance was, but when we did start to work, collaboratively with the other services, the flow of information and the requests were much quicker.
And so, Deputy Chief, is it fair to say that had there been a shift to the integrated command much sooner in this event, perhaps the actions that were finally taken to clear out the protests could have occurred sooner? Is that fair?
That's fair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief.
Thank you. Next is the Government of Canada.
Hi, my name is Caroline Laverdière. I'm one of the counsel for the Government of Canada.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned in your witness summary that OPS would not have been able to manage or resolve effectively the convoy occupation in Ottawa without the invocation of the Emergencies Act, correct?
So I think at the time of my statement, I was under the impression that things like tow trucks, that was the only way we were going to be able to get them. I may be corrected by Superintendent Bernier. I think they did have some lined up and they were on their way just prior to us beginning our actions. But I think, as I stated before, that I think the Emergencies Act made us more confident in the approach we were taking and enabled us to, get past the issues of whether it was the seizing of assets. I think that was helpful in terms of setting a tone for some of the people who may be deterred by that. And the tow trucks specifically was the piece that I remember being very helpful. And, the red zone, we were moving in there regardless, but the Emergencies Act was helpful.
Excellent. One aspect of that I want to further develop with you, and it builds on what you previously said about PLT and its role in managing protests, and in this case, an occupation. There was a lot of talk, or actually things written in the final plan that was approved on February 13th about PLT negotiation, but also there was a focus on the objective of shrinking the footprint of the protests and occupation.
Yes.
That assessment is correct?
That is, yes.
And my understanding is that shrinking the footprint would it involves having people leave on a voluntary basis before, for example, POUs are brought at the forefront to forcibly remove people, right?
That's correct. Our PLT team was engaged in a notification, I guess, campaign, you would say, where they were advising people that you are now breaking the law. You will be arrested if you stay. You are being, provided the opportunity to leave. And I think we did that over a series of, 12-hour periods.
Increments,
and then eventually moved in. And it was somewhat successful in shrinking the footprint.
Okay, and to just let's stay on that notice to protesters for a little bit there. In that notice, OPS did provide information about if you are staying, your vehicles and property may be seized or towed, correct?
That's quite possible, yes.
And building on what you just said, but also referring to your witness summary, it seems like you were convinced at the time that communicating that information to protesters would have the effect of deterrence or convincing them to leave voluntarily, because you thought that people would not want to have their vehicles or property seized. And if I don't think I have the quote, and I won't take the time to do it, but you said it was their lifeline or very important in their life, and so it would move them if they knew that there was a very real prospect of actually being able to tow the vehicles and seize the property, right?
Yes, for many of them it was their livelihood, their truck.
Yeah. And also for deterrent purposes, these notices contained information about the prohibition to travel to or within the restricted zones, which was designated as unlawful demonstrations, right?
That's right.
Yeah. There was also something about anyone traveling to Ottawa for the purposes of taking part in the Ottawa convoy occupation would actually be breaking the law, right?
Yes.
The notices to protesters also included language clearly telling protesters that if they stayed, their personal or business accounts may also be subject to restrictions, right?
That's right.
Yeah. And the question about bringing a minor to protests was also included. And some of these notice to protesters actually stated that if you brought a minor to this unlawful protest, you could be fined up to $5,000 and potentially spend 5 years in prison, right?
That might be true. I don't remember the
And that
exact
one
details,
escaped you.
but yeah.
And just circling back to what you said in the very beginning of my examination, but you agree with that, you would agree that as of February 17th, the size or the footprint of the protest in Ottawa had significantly been reduced?
Shrunk? Yes, I would.
Thank you. No, no further questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, the JCCF and Democracy Fund.
At the outset here, I'd like to ask for leave to read a sentence from the witness's interview summary. I won't do that right away, but I figured I'd ask now so as not to disrupt whatever flow I can muster.
Yeah, I think that would be fine. It's been entered in evidence, so
All right.
if she needs it, it can be brought up.
Sure. Good afternoon, Acting Deputy Chief. I'm Rob Kittredge, counsel for the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms.
Good afternoon.
As I understand your testimony earlier, there were only two ways in which the invocation of the Emergencies Act was of use to police in ending the Freedom Movement protests. One, it bypassed the requirement to swear in officers from other jurisdictions, which saved a bit of time. And two, it helped to procure the services of heavy rig tow truck operators. Is that fair characterization of your testimony?
Of my testimony, yes. I do
Yes.
believe, though, the seizing of assets was also helpful.
Can you expand on that?
So the threat of seizing assets of
Oh, right.
bank accounts and rigs and things like that.
Okay. Useful, but not necessary.
Yeah, useful but not necessary.
How much time did not having to swear in officers from other jurisdictions actually save?
I don't know.
Could you give, would it be on the order of hours or days or?
Probably hours. And I don't know how many of them we had already done at that point in time, but a number of hours administrative, probably, people being involved in that and filing paperwork. And
Right. So it sidestepped some paperwork and headaches in a few hours.
yeah.
All right. I'm interested in what steps were taken by police to obtain towing services prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Can you describe the efforts made by the city and police to procure towing services before that date?
I don't have all the details of that. I think probably Inspector Lucas would be able to assist in that, potentially Superintendent Bernier. The information that I had at the early stages, we didn't think the tow trucks were going to be an issue until we looked to try and procure some. And we have contracts, obviously, with some companies in town. And when push came to shove, they refused to engage. And so at that point in time, I don't know at what stage we were in the convoy, if this was after the weekend or leading up to the weekend. And so when we looked at what our options were for heavy tow, I do recall a number of conversations about that, and that we believed OC Transport might have had a couple of heavy tow trucks that we could potentially use, but I think that was it.
Right. Despite the fact that your answers may be that you weren't aware of the details, I'm going to walk you through a series of carefully crafted questions here that I don't want to throw away. How many towing service providers did the police contact?
I don't know.
We've heard that some towing services were concerned about driver safety. Did you offer to ensure that police would accompany towing operators to ensure their safety?
I don't know what offers were made.
All right. We've heard that some towing services were concerned about damage to their vehicles. Did you offer to compensate them for damage to their vehicles?
I don't know what offers
All
were made.
right. Isn't it true that pursuant to it occurs to me that I'm probably torturing the sign language interpreters, so I'll slow down. Isn't it true that pursuant to the Highway Traffic Act, police officers do not require a license to operate any motor vehicle in the performance of their duties?
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure.
I'll put it to you that it is true.
Okay.
So in other words, if you're not going to be able to answer this, but I'll put it to you that if police officers were
If you
able...
could try and focus on questions she can answer. I mean, I appreciate you've prepared them, but,
Sure.
you know,
All right.
I'm not sure it's helpful to the commission.
All right. So I guess I'll skip right to the end here and say, you stated earlier that you did have tow trucks lined up and that they were on their way to Ottawa prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And your interview summary says that OPS knew that if it arrived with tow trucks, many protesters would leave because the trucks were their home and livelihood. Do you stand by that statement?
I do.
All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Ferguson.
Good afternoon.
You obviously are familiar with me, but for the record, my name is Jessica Barrow, and I represent the Ottawa Police Service. I only have a few things that I would like to cover with you this afternoon.
Okay.
So I want to start by talking about some of the comments that were made by you in response to questions with respect to those protesters that came, the ones that stayed, and the ones that left. Is it your understanding that OPS has filed an institutional report in relation to this commission?
Yes,
Are you familiar with it?
I am.
Are you prepared to adopt the content of that report?
Yes, I am.
I would like to pull it up. The number is ops.ir. I believe it's 701. And if we could turn specifically to page 13. What do you understand this chart to represent?
So that looks like the number of vehicles that rolled into town and the dates, and the people, and where they, I think it's just the vehicles, and the areas that they were at, whether they were at Parliament, whether they were on Wellington, and Elgin, Rideau.
I think if you read paragraph 44 as well, it may assist in understanding what specifically is set out in that chart.
So I think the individual protesters are the ones that are under Parliament. And then the vehicles, yeah. So the vehicles are listed in the thousands, and the people are estimated at 5,000 to 6,000 on January 29th.
So we've heard a lot about the vehicles in particular, and the fact that they had not left. What do we see as between January 31st and February 1st in terms of the number of vehicles that are listed?
It starts to dwindle from thousands to high 600s, and down to as low as 481, and then builds back up.
Would you say that this chart aligns with your experience at the time in terms of the ebbs and flows of the trucks?
I would, yeah.
Could we now please turn to page 33? And I'm bringing this to your attention in response to some questions that we heard earlier. What do you understand this chart to be?
So this is the total charges that were laid and the types of offenses that were charged during the convoy, or that occurred during the convoy.
And if we scroll to the bottom of that chart, does this demonstrate how many charges in total arose out of the events of the convoy? If we could go, I guess it's still on the next page, actually.
Yeah. Yes.
As well, does it demonstrate how many charges were laid per day?
It does.
And I'm sorry, if we could go back to the top of the chart. Does it demonstrate how many charges were laid in relation to violent offenses?
Yes, it does. So the assaults, the assaults of carrying weapons, it's a variety of different offenses, obviously, in the list here.
And can you see whether charges were laid during the period of the beginning of the convoy through to when they ultimately left?
Yes, I could see that, for example, the weekend of the 17th, 18th, 19th, which I believe was when we were doing most of the clearing of the streets, 11 peace or public officers were assaulted during that time.
Great, thank you. I want to turn to another issue that has been discussed with both Commission Counsel as well as Counsel for former Chief Slowly, and that is the request that was made by Chief Slowly for a POU plan. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes.
And do you recall evidence in relation to a meeting that occurred on February 1st with respect to that plan?
Yes.
Did that POU plan materialize?
Ultimately, it did not, from the people who he was initially tasked with.
Right. And you spoke earlier in your testimony about POU being one part of a larger plan.
Yes.
Do I have that right?
That's right.
Can you explain to the commission a little bit more about how POU would fit into a larger operational plan?
So it's one component, obviously. If we get to a position where we are no longer able to, we've shrunk the footprint as much as we can through negotiations or just through whether it's threats of charges and people have decided that they've had enough and they're leaving, then POU would be, they would have a plan to the approach that they were going to take. You know, in this case, they had 6 or 7 intersections, some large ground to cover. So how they would go about doing that, and it was, you know, the plan ultimately that they had was down to line by line as to, you know, what time they would move in, which direction of travel they would be going in, how they would contain it. The 1st of February, the chief, 2 of the PLT sergeants and myself met with these POU commanders who had been in Ottawa, and I'm not sure if some of them were left over from the weekend because they had their teams here, but these were commanders who had some expertise in executing POU actions, but not necessarily in creating plans. And so when they were tasked with, at that point in time, what was a colossal area to cover, I got the sense from the group that they were, and I certainly know I communicated back and forth with our staff sergeant, that it was mind-boggling, I think would be a good term. They just couldn't, you know, this would have been the largest public order movement in Canada, and that's actually what it turned out to be. And they said, when we initially spoke with them, how do you think we could execute this? And they said, we would need every public order unit or section in the country to be able to clear the streets the way they are now. And that was on the 1st of February. So I think my sense is that they struggled with trying to come up with a plan on its own in, you know, just 6 of them sitting around a table and at a hotel in Canada, I think was troubling for them.
Would it normally be the case that a POU plan would be created in isolation from other plans?
No.
Would it normally be the case that it would be created in advance of all other aspects of the plan?
No. It would be in concert with the rest of the plan.
Can we turn please to document OPS 6085? And if we could just scroll down a little bit, there's an email there from Superintendent Dunlop to yourself as well as a few others, right?
Yes.
And you can see it's dated February 2nd. And perhaps you could just take a minute to read that. And my question to you in relation to that is, what did you understand the concern to be at this time from Superintendent Dunlop?
So he was tasked with being a bit of a liaison with the POU and PLT teams. And I had been asking at the behest of the chief for this plan, and were they willing to come and present to him how they foresaw this occurring. And so this, I think, was in response to another one of my asks saying, where are we with the plan? Are we, is any issues? And so his response here was saying that he met with them all afternoon, and this would have been the following day. And I'm not sure what the recalibration he's referring to, but he's recommending that we meet again and discuss the approach. And when he talks about neighborhood issues, I think he was talking about some of the things that our communities were facing, and whether that was, noise pollution. There was, people were defecating on lawns, those types of things. And I think his approach here was, if we can focus on those and improve that situation for those people, that would probably go a long way to reduce, the impact on the communities.
After this email, or perhaps before, I suppose, were the concerns in relation to the scope of the ask that was being directed to them raised with Chief Slowly?
Yes, I believe it was. One of the commanders had asked for a mission statement. They really wanted to be able to understand what it was he was asking, because again, I think it was that mind-boggling, enormous task that he was expecting of them. And I don't want to speak for them, but I don't know if they knew where to start with that.
Would it normally be the case that a plan such as this would be drafted by the people that were being asked to draft it?
No, I think it would be in conjunction with people who are excellent at planning and writing plans,
Right.
with being fed the subject matter experts.
Earlier in your testimony, in response to a question from counsel for former Chief Slowly, you referenced the request for a POU plan as compared to other types of plans, and used the word fixated when describing Chief Slowly's attitude towards the POU plan. Can I ask you to explain a little bit what you meant when you used that word?
I think that he valued this plan and anticipated this plan more than any other, is what I would say to that.
I'm going to move on now to the expectations of the community and City Council, and we've heard some evidence about that. You've been asked some questions about that. We heard evidence in relation to the level of communication, or perhaps the lack thereof in some people's minds, between the police and City Council. Can you tell us about the extent to which the police and you personally were in touch with City Councillors?
So I was contacted on a number of occasions by Councillor Fleury. He had my phone number. He texted me fairly regularly, sought for the opportunity to meet. He requested I attend his BIA meeting almost every evening during the thick of the convoy. And many times in fact, I don't think I ever made one of the meetings. We did communicate back and forth, but we did have a superintendent and inspector who were designated to be liaisons with the councillors. They also had their community police officers who were very present and very engaged with all of that. So on a one-on-one basis, Councillor Fleury was somebody who I communicated with a fair bit. And then the council meetings, we were obviously all present for those, and some of them lasted for hours, and many questions posed of us, and some things we were able to answer and some things we weren't, and some of it was just a venting session, I think, and explaining that they were very frustrated with the situation in the city.
Kind of along those same lines, we've heard from multiple witnesses that there was a feeling from the community that there was insufficient presence and enforcement by police officers during this time period. And we've also heard some evidence about some enforcement actions that were taken. What was the impact from your perspective of enforcement actions that were taken by police during this time?
I think we were doing them to try and show the community that we were present and we were in the communities. I think it was very difficult for us because it sent us in a variety of different directions, where if we had been able to really come that straight path to get to the plan and get to those things. So our frontline officers, we were still policing the rest of the city. And we were trying to figure out how to position people here so that there was a presence and people felt somewhat safe, but there was lots of things that our members were being tasked with and responding to, you know, fire barrels and things within the zone of, you know, the red zone. So I think, you know, things like interdiction of jerry cans of gasoline, that was very troubling for, you know, in terms of the reaction of the people in there. And it was difficult for our members because in order to be able to do that effectively, you needed a number of officers because they were getting swarmed. They were getting, you know, intimidated. They were, you know, sometimes hundreds of people. And I watched it happen on a few of the street cameras to see it happening, and it was frightening. And so our members were not comfortable doing that. And I respected the fact that they had the discretion, and on occasions they said, this puts our people at risk, and we are, you know, there's not enough of us out there to be able to do this effectively.
Those are my questions. Thank you very much, Deputy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
No re-examination, thank you.
Okay, well, Deputy Chief, thank you for coming. I just have a couple of very quick questions. I'm just trying to understand a bit about PLTs that you talked about. And would I be correct in saying that they are intended to stop the lawlessness and turn the protest into something that is legal or not disruptive? It would be an objective of PLT?
That could be one of them. When I talked about places where there's antagonizers and agitators, we would go to the PLT to say, you know, this person is causing your it's creating issues for your cause. In this case, we were hoping that they would be able to do that, prevent people from honking and all of those actions that they were taking, but also to leave. So twofold.
And to leave, i.e. leave where they're disruptive.
Yeah, yes.
Now, in terms of the process here, and I think I saw somewhere in your testimony that by the Monday, you called it an occupation. It moved from a protest to an occupation.
Yes.
Was there any discussion or thought given to how to allow the protest to continue in some form? Because as opposed to, it seems, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, like it was from black to white or white to black, however you want to call it. It was a protest, okay, you're okay till the end of the day Sunday, but now it's an occupation. Do you understand what I'm trying to get at?
I do understand. And I'm not sure if there was any conversation about that from some of our site managers and PLT teams. So Inspector Lucas may be in a position to be able to tell you what was going on there. I know from a command and strategic level, it was that they're here and now they're entrenched and they're not leaving. So that's where it switched from a protest to occupation.
So there was no part of the plan to allow a continuing or to encourage the protesters to in some way, and I realize there are a lot of trucks, a lot of problems, but to move towards something that was, because as I understand it, there were a lot of people who were protesting who weren't violent and were not problematic. Would that be fair?
I think that would be fair, yeah. I don't want to speculate. I don't know whether those conversations were happening. And the PLT may have been engaging in those and saying, like, if we bring it from, you know, Metcalfe to wherever on Wellington, is that sufficient? I do know there were a number of trucks who were in other parts of the city who very much wanted to get to Parliament Hill. They wanted to be on Wellington, and they were upset because they tended to be some of the trucks that came from far west, and they were the last ones to get here, and the good spots were taken. And so I know there was conversations with some of those folks, convoy organizers, who said, you know, we've been cooperating with you this whole time, and then all of the great spots were taken, but we weren't, you know, taking names and reservations for spots on Wellington. So.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you for coming, and thank you for your testimony.